take your seats. There's plenty of seating in the hall. Please take your seats. Good morning. It is my honor to welcome you to the nation's capital and the 40th Annual International Association of Firefighters Alfred K. Whitehead Legislative Conference. My name is Dave Lang, and I serve as the Assistant to the General President for Government Affairs and Public Policy. Please stand as our colors are presented by the Montgomery County Firefighters and Paramedics Honor Guard, Local 1664, under the leadership of Commander Paul Heffron. They will be led in by the DC Fire Department Emerald Society Pipes and Drums. Please remain standing as the national anthem is played, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, Please be seated. With the House of Representatives under Democratic control and the Senate belonging to the Republicans, there is an overwhelming sense among the electorate that our government can seldom agree. Congressional job approval polling remains abysmally low. So as we head into the second year of the 116th Congress, we need to recognize that even in this challenging environment, there are opportunities for the IAFF to win and pass the legislation that directly benefits our members on the job. Our annual conference continues to provide you the opportunity to translate relationships you have built during the campaign cycle into positive firefighter legislation and public policy. For 4 decades, our members have come here to learn, to lobby, and to aggressively push an agenda for our union. And while many continue to question if positive things can get done in this city, the IAFF continues to succeed. Your participation at this conference, speaking to your members of Congress and discussing our issues with them, is the bedrock of that success. The House and the Senate are in session while you're here, providing an excellent opportunity to secure your legislative support on our priority issues. I hope you have taken the time to arrange meetings tomorrow to lobby your elected members of Congress on the key legislative issues of the IAFF. In your registration package, you will find this year's issues book. Please use this information to advance our legislative agenda. Now, let me do an informal survey. Will those of you that are here for the first time please stand? Thank you. Let's give them a big round of applause. It doesn't matter whether this is your first legislative conference or you have attended many. Today's information will assist you in your efforts tomorrow on the Hill and throughout the year back home. The IAFF Legislative Conference has traditionally served a dual purpose, acting both an educational forum and as a venue to lobby your respected members of Congress and their staff. We will be discussing our core issues and providing key points for you to use in your lobbying efforts. And as you will see from today's agenda, we will hear from our friends and supporters, leaders from both parties. The General President has once again worked to bring us top-notch speakers. We have 2 leaders from the administration, 4 members of the Senate, several House members who will talk issues in politics, 2 very supportive governors, a state speaker of the House, a mayor, and the president of a city council. We have a full agenda today with important speakers that will run till about 1 o'clock. And then at 3 o'clock, we will reconvene, and our legislative staff will provide a briefing on the issues you need to be successful this week and during the year once you return to your locals. Tomorrow, you will put your lobbying hats on and join your sisters and brothers as part of our powerful grassroots army of union firefighters from across the nation that will descend on Capitol Hill and be the voice of the IAFF's 320,000 members from each of the nation's 435 congressional districts. Remember, you are our frontline soldiers, our firefighter lobbyists, and it's you that makes this legislative program successful. We are the one union that still is welcome in the offices of both Democrats and many Republicans, and that access is our advantage. I will also remind you that our success depends on much more than this conference or your hard work this week. When you return home, it is important that you continue to lobby your senators and representatives, as well as your state and local officials on our issues. More importantly, you must educate and engage your membership, making sure that they too are informed and that they join you as a firefighter lobbyist. Remembering that this IAFF plays both offense and defense, seizing every opportunity to move the ball forward and guard against any and all efforts to diminish our rights and roll back the clock. And that's how we win, a truly nonstop 365-day-a-year project. So enjoy the conference, stay focused, and good luck on the Hill. Now please turn your attention to the video screen for an introduction of the International Association of Firefighters Executive Board and Trustees.
Brothers and sisters of the IAFF and honored guests, the District Vice Presidents and International Trustees of the International Association of Firefighters. The First District Vice President, James Slevin, representing New York and New Jersey. The Second District Vice President, Mark Woolbright, representing Missouri, Nebraska, Iowa, and Kansas. The Third District Vice President, Jay Colbert, representing Massachusetts, Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, Connecticut, and Rhode Island. The Fourth District Vice President, Andrew Pantelis, representing Maryland, the District of Columbia, Virginia, Delaware, West Virginia, and Pennsylvania. The Fifth District Vice President, Thomas Thornburg, representing Minnesota, Wisconsin, North Dakota, and South Dakota. The Sixth District Vice President, J. Michael Carter, representing Alberta, British Columbia, Saskatchewan, Yukon, and the Northwest Territory. The Seventh District Vice President, Ricky J. Walsh, representing Washington, Montana, Idaho, and Alaska. The 8th District Vice President, Mark Sanders, representing Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Kentucky, and Michigan. The 9th District Vice President, Ray R. Roney, representing Colorado, Oregon, Utah, Wyoming, and Nevada. The 10th District Vice President, Frank Lima, representing California, Arizona, New Mexico, Guam, and Hawaii. The 11th District Vice President, Roy L. Sandy McGee, representing Oklahoma, Texas, and the Canal Zone. The 12th District Vice President, Walter J. Dix, representing Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, and the Caribbean area. The 13th District Vice President, Fred LeBlanc, representing Ontario and Manitoba. The 14th District Vice President, Danny Todd, representing Tennessee, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. The 15th District Vice President, David Burry, representing Newfoundland, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island, and Quebec. The 16th District Vice President, James B. Johnson, representing all federal firefighters of the United States and Canada. The Region 1 Trustee, Alex Forrest, representing Canada. The Region 2 Trustee, Mark S. Willett, representing the Eastern United States, Puerto Rico, and the U.S. Virgin Islands. And the Region 3 Trustee, Tony Mejia, representing the Western United States, the Canal Zone, and Guam. Brothers and sisters, the IAFF District Vice Presidents and International Trustees.
Thank you. Now please join me in welcoming the members that are seated on the dais. To my left, Shannon Meisner, Government Affairs Director. She is responsible for directing our legislative and regulatory agenda and leads our legislative and lobbying staff. And next to her is our political director, Andy Levine. Andy is responsible for our Fire PAC program, the political and electoral agenda of our union. It is now my honor to introduce our General Secretary Treasurer. Elected by acclamation in August 2016, he is a member of the Boston Firefighters Local 718. He enjoys a deep family history with the Boston Fire Department, where his father, grandfather, siblings, and other relatives are proud Boston firefighters. A veteran of the U.S. Air Force, the GST joined the fire department in 1997. He was soon elected to the board of Local 718 and rose to the president of the local. He became president of Massachusetts Professional Firefighters in 2011 and held that post until his rise to General Secretary-Treasurer. He is a graduate of the Harvard Trade Union program, held countless leadership posts throughout the local, state, and national labor movement. Brothers and sisters, please welcome our General Secretary-Treasurer, Ed Kelly. Protecting our nation's capital, the most powerful city in the world, the cornerstone of our democracy, are the women and men of the D.C. Fire Department. The Washington, D.C. Firefighters Union Local 36 is a proud charter member of this IAFF. Now, to formally welcome each of you to our nation's capital, it is my pleasure to introduce Local 36 President Dabney Hudson. Dabney?
Good morning, General President Shapeberger, General Secretary Treasurer Kelly, members of the Executive Board, and brothers and sisters of the IAFF. I'm Dabney Hudson, President of the District of Columbia Firefighters Association, Local 36. On behalf of the 2,000 brave men and women that make up our local, I proudly welcome you to our city, our home, and your nation's capital, Washington, D.C. Let me start by thanking the D.C. Firefighters Pipes and Drums for another fantastic performance. They proudly represent our membership with honor and distinction. They play many events throughout the year, and they never disappoint. It's a great source of pride for all of us in Local 36 that the story of the International Association of Firefighters began with our founders gathering just down the road over a century ago to form our great union. Each year at this conference, I'm proud to stand here and continue to be a part of this legislative conference that advances the collective interests of our great union. It is a privilege to be a member of the IAFF, a group of professionals committed to selfless service, a special group of leaders who show relentlessly our profession forward based on the principles of service, honor, and dedication. These words are more than cheap rhetoric for us. They represent a way of life. The IAFF gives firefighters a voice on the job, just as the union movement is a source of power for the working class in our communities. Being here today, you are part of a much larger movement, amplifying the voices of your locals and their power. If I know firefighters, I can be certain that you will make our presence known tomorrow as we lobby our representatives at the ultimate source of power in our country, Capitol Hill. If we are going to continue the proud legacy of the IAFF, it's important that we collectively work with our elected officials. If we aren't actively advocating for our members, we will soon be nothing more than the forgotten man who gets left behind and soon becomes irrelevant. As you all work towards our legislative goals, we also hope you all take time to enjoy our city. Please know that our city has much more to offer than just politics. I urge you to visit any of our national memorials, where we honor our countrymen who did their part to make America the great nation we are today. Visiting the Lincoln Memorial at night provides a memorable experience. For you early birds, I recommend the Korean Memorial in the early morning or the Vietnam Wall prior to sunset. The District of Columbia is home to an abundance of great restaurants that can satisfy any appetite and work with any budget. But before you head out to dinner, I encourage you to swing by our hospitality night for solidarity, appetizers, and drinks. It's tonight at the Union Pub, which is located at 201 Mass Avenue Northeast on the backside of the Capitol. Additional information about our event can be found on our flyer at our information desk. Once again, welcome to Washington, D.C. If we can assist you with anything during your stay, please don't hesitate to ask. Thank you.
Now, it is a privilege and an honor to stand before you this morning and welcome our leader, a man who really needs no introduction. Every one of you knows his remarkable accomplishments, legendary tenacity, and a work ethic that is second to none. He fights 24/7, 365 days a year to advance our union, our members, and our families. He is truly nonstop, and all of us are beneficiaries of his hard work and vision. Under his leadership, our IAFF has grown from 220,000 members in 2000 to 320,000 today. But if we measure growth in the influence that our organization has built, It is far greater than the numbers. Thanks to his vision, our union is one of the strongest and most respected in the nation. But like most of us here, he began his career as a 20-year-old backstep firefighter, rising quickly to be promoted as the youngest lieutenant in the history of the Fairfax County, Virginia Fire Department. With only 4 years on the job, he organized Local 2068 in an anti-union state where collective bargaining was illegal. However, it is important to know that after being first president of his local, he didn't stop fighting. He went on to become the president of the Professional Firefighters of Virginia. He brought his talents to the IAFF in 1976 at the request of then General President Howie McClellan to build our political and legislative program. In fact, this very conference was his vision. He planned our first legislative conference in 1981, and he has participated in every one thereafter. In 1988, he became our chief of staff and was ultimately elected our general president in 2000 by acclamation, and has now been re-elected to his 5th term, all by acclamation. He truly lives and breathes this IAFF. He's always on the front line, and he'll never back down. Sisters and brothers, please welcome our General President, Harold Shateberger.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, sisters and brothers. Thank you so much. Well, I'll start off script here. Thank goodness we have prompters because our hydraulic podium broke, and that's why it's so short. So you can't even see your paper here on the podium. But good morning to everybody, and thank you so much for being here. And let me also welcome you to the nation's capital for our 40th anniversary of the Alfred K. Whitehead Legislative Conference. You know, we come together this morning in this same ballroom as we did and have been doing since our very first conference, which I did have the privilege of being a part of and helping to establish in 1981, as Dave said. And it was set up to represent our sisters and brothers across this great union by advancing an agenda in Congress that impacts their lives and livelihoods. Now, just a few moments ago, the General Secretary Treasurer and the 16 members of our executive board and the trustees were introduced. Your IAFF International Leadership Team. And it makes sure that our members are our top priority as we establish our mission and goals, creating the next set of tools and services for you, our affiliate leadership, doing extraordinary work for our union in their respective roles. And so I want to make sure that we all properly, again, thank them for all you and they do. To our international team, thank you. I also want to take a moment to recognize our staff across all of the divisions and departments. They are some of the very, very best in each of their disciplines. They're the ones that translate and develop our goals, priorities, and vision into the cutting-edge programs, tools, services, forums, and resources across this international. So please give our incredible staff the recognition that they deserve. They're working for you. And at this very conference, it's also important that I single out our political and legislative staff. You know, those who coordinate and support our local leaders with your campaigns out in the field, who are in the congressional offices lobbying on our behalf all year long, day in, day out, navigating the complex federal administration in these most difficult of times. They're making sure that our interests are addressed when laws are considered and standards and rules are written. So please join me in thanking our senior staff, Dave, Shannon, Andy, Ben, Tom, and our entire political and legislative team for all of their efforts. Job well done to all of you. Now, before I really get into my remarks, I want to emphasize that since the early days of the coronavirus outbreak, this IAFF has been fully engaged. All of our officers, staff, our leadership in so many parts of the nation. We've been engaged with the CDC and healthcare professionals all across the country, working to provide our members with the latest protocols, guidance, and best practices to do their jobs safely. We've been in constant communication with them and our members, particularly in Washington State over the past week and a half, where this outbreak initially impacted our members. So tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, we will hold an hour briefing during our breakfast right here in this ballroom. We'll be discussing the latest details on this serious challenge facing our profession and our nation. The coronavirus has made an impact on our conference to date also. Two of our speakers scheduled to be with us here have been forced to cancel their trip due to the emerging threat that they have to tend to in their home state and with their respective roles in government. But they will be joining our conference through a live feed. We certainly understand that their service to keeping the public safe is a priority, and we appreciate them still taking the time to join us through Skype Live today. For these past 4 decades, our affiliate leadership has traveled to Washington, D.C., our nation's capital, each March focused on one mission: to work with legislators and their staffs to enhance our profession, securing our members' safety and health on the job, and to ensure that their livelihood and families are protected in the face of the dangerous work they do. And it's because of the important work that you, our affiliate leadership, do at this conference, the advocacy that you will engage in tomorrow on Capitol Hill, the relationships you build and grow, both here and back home, with representatives, senators, and their staff. That has enabled this IAFF to make an important difference for our 320,000 members. We know that what you and your predecessors have done here over the past 40 years, and your engagement in the political arenas throughout our great nation, in every state house, every city, town hall, no matter the size, affects our members on a very real and personal level. It's your efforts that impact the work they do every day. It secures their retirement, their ability to provide for their family, and give their children opportunities. Your commitment here provides the equipment, the staffing, the training that our members rely on to protect our communities. And we do this together because we know the reality is that those with the power to make decisions on all those issues are the politically elected officials who serve not only under the majestic Capitol Dome and offices just up the street, but by those elected and appointed at every state and local level as well. So it's your dedication and commitment, not just with this conference, but in those political and governmental arenas back home, that gets the legislation passed that our members can be proud of, legislation that shows when the IAFF gets to work on an issue, we mark our success, not with lip service or photo ops from politicians, but with real, tangible, deliverable results that our members can rely on day in and day out. This political business we're in is more than just sport for us. It's oftentimes the difference between getting the job done or not, between life and death. It means making sure that each and every one of you and our members goes home at the end of their shift, safe and healthy. These past 40 years have been the political influence and seen the political influence of our union grow. The IAFF Gold and Black brand, established 20 years ago, is second to none in the labor movement. Our fire pack is in the top 0.5% of all federal PACs in the nation, which speaks to the power that comes from our efforts to financially help our supported candidates. But it's each and every one of you, our state and local leaders, as well as our rank and file members who give our proud colors the power that they have in your community and at your state capitals and right here in Washington, D.C. It's your passion, it's your devotion to service that makes the endorsement of the IAFF so coveted. You're on the front lines, affecting change because you know what your communities need, and your citizens respect you and your leadership on the issues that matter most to their safety. They trust you. And we know that being a leader isn't easy, though, and it can be tough. It means doing what's best for the union and putting our personal views and feelings aside for the greater good. Never is that more evident than in today's divisive political environment. And we know our membership. You've heard me say it so many times over the years. We have a very politically diverse membership with many different ideologies and mixed feelings and beliefs about government. Many of our members have opposing views on matters of policy. We have all political stripes within this IAFF. We have conservatives and progressives, Republicans and Democrats, many who don't fit any of those descriptions, and I know some of our members question if the IAFF should be involved in politics at all. But as union leaders, we've got to remain focused on our mission if we're going to protect our members on the issues that affect them on the job. And to do that work, we must boldly enter into the political fray, whether we like it or not. We must back our political allies and support those who support us at every level of government. As long as politicians and their appointees are involved in making decisions that impact firefighters and firefighting, you can bet your ass this IAFF is going to be involved in politics. That's what we've got to do. I know that's what you do, and that's what we're going to continue to do. It is at the very core of who we are, the most basic mission of our union. Our founders knew it in 1918. They knew it at that first legislative conference in 1981, and we all know it today. You all live that reality. And that's why 1 year ago, we stood in this very ballroom, bathed in our gold and black, and cheered for Joe Biden to run, Joe, run, run, Joe, run. And 2 weeks later, that's exactly what he did. The IAFF Executive Board proudly made a bold and principled decision to put the gold and black endorsement behind the candidacy of someone who has literally had our backs and our families' backs for over 40 years at the highest levels of government. We prepared ourselves for a long, tough slog as we entered the primary season, early on with 22 candidates. It was a tough time. But Joe Biden's a fighter, and we're fighters too. And if there's one trait about our union and all of you, it's that we are loyal to a fault. We never shy away from a fight. We don't cut and run when things seem to be going south. We buck it up, we stand up, and we never back down. And that's exactly what we've been doing over the last 2 months. We're never backing down. And that's what our leadership did in Iowa. That's what our leadership did in New Hampshire and Nevada and South Carolina. And the simple truth was, for a while there, our gold and black was the only thing that kept Joe and his campaign going. When things seemed to be going off the rails and the pundits and prognosticators were ready to write him off, we proudly stood strong with him. And then his incredible win in South Carolina gave him the boost he needed to propel him into Super Tuesday, which became a true holy shit moment for this campaign. It was an unbelievable turnaround. It's never been seen in political history. It's no less epic than the phoenix rising from the shadows. And for us, this moment and presidential journey is about protecting our members' health. It's about protecting their health care. It's about protecting their pensions and enhancing public safety and national security, protecting our federal members against more cuts that Trump has heaped on them as they try to do their jobs, protecting our nation's military installations, and finally winning the guaranteed collective bargaining rights that our members have deserved for so long. And Joe Biden is the candidate with the record of supporting us on all those issues. And we're now on our way nominating him this July to become the Democratic nominee, and then we're going to help to elect him to be the next President of the United States. And as we continue to support Joe and all of our political allies, we won't get bogged down with identity politics. We're not going to get distracted with some of the more incendiary societal issues, because that's not our job, and that's not our role as a union. It's not our job as leaders to focus on the personal issues of God, guns, choice, life, or so many of the hot topics that swirl around the political discourse. We leave those issues for our members individually. We celebrate that they have the right to consider how each of those issues may affect their judgment. But our responsibility, our guiding principle, is simply when we look to support those running for office, we have just one question. Are you on our side on the issues that matter to us as firefighters or not? End of story. That's where we are. That's what we do. That's where we make our judgment. And you'll see that dedication to principle today with our speakers. We have friends on both sides of the political spectrum, Democrats and Republicans. But when we work with these leaders, it isn't about their declared party. It's whether they have declared and shown support for this union and our members and their futures. One of the best examples of our principles is New Mexico Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham, who has been a supporter ever since she ran for county commissioner, through her tenure in the United States Congress, and now as New Mexico's governor. And she's had our support because she's earned it. And Maryland Governor Larry Hogan will be with us today. He isn't here today as a Republican. He's here to speak to this conference because he's a staunch advocate for firefighters. He has actively fought for our brothers and sisters in Maryland. Simply put, Governor Hogan has had our back, and we've had his. Republican Senator Roy Blunt and Democratic Senator Jeanne Shaheen, they'll be speaking to you today. And both of these senators are longtime friends and supporters of our issues on Capitol Hill. Senators who were there for us when we needed them on SAFER and FIRE Act grants, who were there for us to co-sponsor the 9/11 Victim Compensation Fund to care for our members who were made ill by their response on 9/11. We're going to hear first thing this morning from Virginia Speaker of the House, Eileen Fellerkorn, a dynamic leader who is helping us pass collective bargaining in only one of 2 states where it is currently illegal. And by the way, I'm going to have a little something to say in her introduction that's going to update that, hoping that we have a bill and hoping that we have a law. Because what she's doing is a game changer. And what she's doing is making sure that our members in Virginia who have been prohibited for almost 50 years from being officially recognized in bargaining agreement are going to bring those days to an end. And we're finally going to give our members the right to work under a collectively bargained agreement. That's getting ready to happen as we're meeting right here in this ballroom today. And by the way, as all of you know, our work on collective bargaining isn't confined to the state level. The first topic in your issues book this week is the Public Safety Employer-Employee Cooperation Act. And it isn't first by accident. It's because it's our top priority for this union. The IAFF has been working with members of Congress and their staffs to gain support for this bill since its introduction last year. And working today with 223 co-sponsors, we are determined to make it the law of the land, to give each and every member of this IAFF the ability to say, have a say on working conditions, hours, and wages, to give them their rightful place in setting the course for their chosen profession, give them the right to stand up and speak with one voice to make the job safer and to better their futures for themselves and their families by finally working under a federally guaranteed collective bargaining contract in every state in this great nation. That's our top priority. That's what we've got to get done this week. But taking care of our brothers and sisters doesn't stop at the negotiating table for us. It means focusing on the trends and experiences that our members face every day on the job, the issues that evolve over time, the new challenges that we face, like the behavioral health issues that are impacting our members like never before as a result of their work. An unacceptable number of our own are struggling with unseen demons. They're battling post-traumatic stress and other co-occurrences like addiction and depression. And sadly, too often making the tragic choice to take their own life. The IAFF responded. We responded in so many ways. We responded with a one-of-a-kind center of excellence, now having treated over 1,200 of our brothers and sisters and returning them to a better, brighter path. And our peer support program, just 4 years in existence, now with over 5,700 peers trained and focused on making sure our members have someone to talk to when they're struggling or after a traumatic call, providing someone who has stood in their boots and can relate to them on a personal level. And by supporting the HERO Act legislation that you'll work on this week, we'll provide grant dollars to help fund peer support programs so that our trained peers have formal, recognized programs to expand the network of peer counseling in local fire departments all across the country. And that the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services begins to collect the information on public safety officer suicides so we can develop creative solutions to help our brothers and sisters who are struggling and get them the help they need and save their lives. We're focused on the early buy-in to Medicare legislation to provide an option for our members who find it difficult, if not impossible, to secure health care in their retirement prior to their age 65 Medicare coverage years. And we want to make sure that that legislation is going to remove the stress of a choice between sky-high insurance premiums or the risk of having a single illness or medical emergency forcing them into bankruptcy. And just as it is imperative to care for our retirees, we also must make sure that our federal members who are injured and disabled as a result of the job are properly cared for. That's the reason behind the Federal Firefighters Fairness Act, to give our federal members the same presumptive disability laws that 48 of our states have, so that if they are diagnosed with an occupational disease, they can receive the benefits they need and the benefits that they have earned. That's our job. And yes, our legislative goals are many. And yes, they can seem as lofty. But they're certainly not surmountable. We've shown that over decades. And we're ready to take action to make those goals not just possible, but a reality. Just as we've done in every Congress and every state house, it's not just the right thing to do for our members, it's our job, it's our moral obligation. That's what we've sworn to do on their behalf. And just like our members do every day when they answer the call, this IAFF answers the call and gets the job done, standing up for what's right and using the power of our political brand to make an agenda a reality for each and every one of them who is proud to call the IAFF their union, our union. And critical to accomplishing great legislative achievements is the strength of our Fire Pack program. That's the engine for all of our efforts. Ours may not be the largest union in terms of membership numbers, but there's no question in my mind that we are one of the most politically influential unions, period. And it's Fire Pack that fuels that success, that makes it possible for us to punch way above our weight class in every way that matters. It has also evolved to meet your needs as affiliate leaders, as we pivoted several years ago with more resources pushed out to the field, to you. And it isn't simply writing a check to a candidate or attending a fundraiser. It isn't simply making sure you have the gold and black t-shirts and yard signs. It's about FirePack helping to provide the services of E18 Media in our studios to you and your challenges. It's about making sure that our strategical campaign department, as well as our political team, can bring the state-of-the-art campaign tactics and tools directly out to you. It's FirePack that supports the incredible success of our national political training academies, and now we're expanding them out to the state and provincial levels so we can continue to grow a cadre of politically skilled and capable leaders that can work out in the field with you, and yet we can bring them together on a national level for national and federal political activities. But to do all this, we need your help too. And I know that so many of you here today are contributing to FirePack. And for that, thank you. But the challenge as we look to the future and prepare for the fights that we know are upcoming is to get more of our members to realize the importance of doing their part, making their own donation, increasing participation, building FirePack to be even stronger. So it's important that you take the message to your members. Let them know what it really is all about. To let them know how their involvement can make such an impact. Asking them to just make an investment, take a few dollars a month to help their union grow our influence on their behalf so that we can make them safer, make their working conditions better. That's what FirePack and this conference have been doing for the past 40 years. And I think the results are impressive. They speak for themselves because it's your support and commitment that has allowed us to pass legislation that brought billions of dollars in Fire Act assistance to your departments, making sure our members have the invaluable equipment, turnouts, PPE, apparatus, thermal imaging cameras that our departments would likely not have in so many cases if it wasn't for those efforts. It's your work that was responsible for the 14,000 of our own being brought back to work to their careers when they were laid off or allowed to keep their jobs, thanks to the billions of dollars of SAFER Act funds that were provided by the IAFF and your work on Capitol Hill. And in last year's Congress, one where very little got done, we were able to appropriate $710 million for fire and SAFER, and representing a $10 million increase when so many other domestic programs were taking a big, big hit and getting cut. And we were also able to secure increases for funding for UASI and the state Homeland Security grant programs that provide equipment, purchasing, training, and other preparedness activities that our members are asked to play a part of in order to protect our nation. And now we believe can be used to help cover overtime and paid quarantine time during this current healthcare outbreak. And those victories are just a couple of the headlines. Our work to developing the standards and regulations that affect our profession have literally shaped the entire fire service in a dramatic fashion. From the creation of the Firefighter Cancer Registry that will allow us to collect the data needed by researchers to gain a better understanding on the pervasiveness and the impact of this scourge of occupational cancer that is overwhelming so many of our brothers and sisters. To the recent FCC changes spearheaded by one of our speakers today, Chairman Ajit Pai, that requires cell phone carriers to plot a caller's location on a vertical axis in multi-story buildings, cutting response times, allowing you to make those rescues and those finds quicker and more efficient. as well as the chairman's support of our efforts to retain the T-band spectrum that is critical to so many of our members and our major departments and metropolitan departments all across the country. An issue that we're working on in a very public way. We'll be joining Senator Markey and Leader Schumer in a press conference tomorrow to grow awareness of the far-reaching effects of being pushed off the T-band. And by God, the tenacity of our union was never more apparent than late last year, when our 8-year journey to end the Cadillac tax on health care insurance was finally repealed, allowing our locals to negotiate health care without fear that it would be counted as income for tax purposes. Simply put, the Cadillac tax is dead and gone. And we also secured funding to test the blood of our federal firefighters for PFAS and giving them the ability to determine their level of exposure to those carcinogens, helping to build the case that cancer is a job-related danger. And last year, we worked hand in hand with our New York City Locals 94 and 854 leadership to make sure that our members who responded on that fateful day when our nation was under attack on 9/11 and became ill as a result, receives the compensation that they earned, the compensation they're entitled to. And after years of battling and never backing down, Congress finally passed the permanent reauthorization of the 9/11 Compensation Fund, thanks to our leaders, all of you, all across the country that joined in to that fight. Moving forward, we're ready to go toe-to-toe with the chemical industry, to pass meaningful reform to protect our brothers and sisters from the toxic crap that they're peddling. And we'll stand up against those who fail to recognize the importance of good, secure, sustainable pensions for our members who spend a career busting their ass for their community. This IAFF, with all of you together, has a proven record, one of success for our members, a history of making a difference on the issues that are critical to our profession, a legacy of getting the job done when it matters most, and together we have built one hell of an operation. This IAFF has grown into the driving force for change in the fire service. So we aren't going to sit back on our heels now. We aren't done fighting. We won't give up. We're never going to accept the status quo. There is so much more work to do. There's important legislation to pass. There's standards and regulations to be changed, not just here in Washington, D.C., but in all of your home states, counties, and cities and towns all across this great country. And you have my word that we will put it all on the table against politicians who treat the union word like a dirty word. We are all in, brothers and sisters, in every arena that we need to be to ensure that the IAFF members are treated fairly on the job. That is what this union is all about. And as your general president, I come to work every day knowing that this union of ours is ready for the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. I know that we will win because one thing is true: we have each other's backs. We always have. We always will. So let's get out there tomorrow. Make our voices heard. Our members are counting on us. Our members are counting on you, and we are not going to let them down. They deserve no less. God bless you. Let's have a great conference. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I forgot I had another role here. Please turn your attention to the video screens.
The look out here looks like my old neighborhood. We're ready to take anybody on. There are three basic reasons why I'm running for President of the United States. The first is to restore the soul of the nation, and the second is to rebuild the backbone of this nation. And the third is to unify this nation. We always do better when we act as one America.
Now that Joe Biden has officially entered the 2020 race, the largest firefighters union in the country is formally endorsing him.
We're loyal, and we respect and reward those who stand with us, and in this case, we're standing with Joe Biden.
People come and vote, not just because of the person they support, because you support them.
This is the story of the night for Joe Biden. Such a surprise. 8 states on his side of the ledger.
You built this country. The middle class built this country. And unions built the middle class. So get back up and take back this country, the United States of America. There's not a single thing we can't do. God bless you, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Harold, thank you, President Shapeberger. And thank all the firefighters. And I'm sorry I can't be with you today. You know me well enough to know I want to be there. I've been with you before. Last year, it was firefighters who greeted me with Run, Joe, Run signs at your conference. You've been with me from the very start, every step of this campaign. We all look up to firefighters. You embody the qualities we teach our children about: courage, resilience, resolve, decency. This campaign isn't about our past. This campaign is about moving forward, restoring the soul of our country, restoring the soul of the nation, protecting working families. That's what you're all about. You're the same people who, after you fight a fire, you're out relining the Little League field for the next game. You're an amazing group of women and men. Well, God bless you all, and may God protect you in the service of this great nation.
Well, it was a historic moment. How many had those suggesting just before South Carolina? I had a couple of prognosticators say, what was that flushing sound that we were hearing? Is that like you guys and Joe going down the commode? And I said, no, I'll tell you what, we're going to be standing with him, and let's just see what happens tomorrow. And now we're in a historic moment, heading in tomorrow for another round of important primaries, and I think I'm confident that when tomorrow's votes are counted, Joe's going to be in an even more commanding position, and we really are going to be on our way electing him President of the United States. And he really did want to be with you today, but he's in Michigan right now. But it also now gives me a great pleasure to introduce our first speaker and guest this morning. Our longtime mantra is elections have consequences. One election can make a difference. And in 2019, the Democratic Party won control of the Virginia General Assembly for the first time in over a quarter of a century, giving the party total control of state government. And following this historic shift, the lawmaker that you are about to meet is helping to lead Virginia to be a better place for workers and giving them a better direction. She is, in a word, a doer. When she sees that something needs to get done, or on infrastructure, the economy, public safety, she doesn't stand aside or lead from the sidelines. She gets in there on the front line, and she gets it done. That's why this Northern Virginia native is the first woman in the history of the Commonwealth to become Speaker of the House of Delegates. We could not have asked for a stronger leader to help bring collective bargaining to Virginia. She excels at identifying what our members need. And on the legislative front, she's quite skilled at keeping her colleagues focused on the important issues. She's using her leadership skills to advance our issues, firefighter issues, bill after bill to improve the lives and livelihoods of our members, standing with us from day one, doing whatever it takes to line up the votes. And when it came to the bill to add 3 new cancers to Virginia's cancer presumption law, she made sure there were no bumps in the road on the way to the governor's desk to be signed. And just last month, with her steadfast leadership, she made sure that a bill recognizing PTSD as an occupational disease sailed through the General Assembly. and now protecting our members. For almost 50 years, Virginia has prohibited collective bargaining, making it illegal. This leader made a commitment that if she was in a position of authority, she would make that law, eliminate that law, and make our legislation to give our members collective bargaining rights the law of the land. And I am so proud that yesterday, the Virginia legislature, both the House and Senate, passed the bill. It's on its way to the governor's desk, who's committed to sign it. It is absolutely history being made, and we are so thankful to have her not only on our side, not only standing with us when it counted, but being with us here today to celebrate this extraordinary victory. Please welcome, brothers and sisters, our friend, the Speaker of the Virginia House of Delegates, the Honorable Eileen Fillercorn.
Good morning. Wow, what a crowd, what a group. I am just thrilled and honored to be here with all of you, the firefighters, first responders. Thank you for the invitation to be here, and thank you for that kind introduction. And our friendship spans over years and years, doesn't it, Mr. President? As you may have heard, we have just had a very, very long, busy, but successful legislative session, which literally just wrapped up last night, literally just a few hours ago, and arguably hasn't completely wrapped up, as we will be returning on Thursday for the budget. I can't think of a better way for me to celebrate session and all of our successes than to be here with you all this morning. President Shapeberger, not only do I thank you for bringing me here today, but also for your help, for your support, for your assistance in bringing the majority to the Virginia House of Delegates. Without you, without your team, and without all your support, we would not be where we are today. I also want to extend my appreciation to General Secretary Treasurer Edward Kelly and also the entire IAFF Executive Board. I must also recognize the Virginia Professional Firefighters President Robbie Bragg of the 4th District, Vice President Andy Patalis, and my own 2068 Firefighters Union President Ron Cooley. And I'm also sure I have another friend here, President Cooley's predecessor and my friend and also constituent John Nemick. How lucky am I that Fairfax County, my home district, is where President Shapeberger began his career. The reforms and policies that you've advocated in Fairfax County and later as VPFF president led the way to so many significant protections for your members. President Shapeberger, President Bragg, President Cooley were among the first union leaders to work with us, to commit, to make it to a priority that we were going to take back the House and support a vision. Support a vision for a Virginia that can be one of the best places in the country to live, one of the best places in the country to work, one of the best places in the country to raise a family. Their early leadership and support helped others to see that it could be done, that we could do it. That's one thing about firefighters. You act decisively, you believe in teamwork, you're loyal, and you put yourselves on the line for things that you truly believe in. Now, to me, that is leadership. On behalf of all of my colleagues in the House of Delegates and citizens throughout the Commonwealth, we are indebted to the 8,000 professional firefighters and paramedics fighting for us day in and day out throughout the Commonwealth. And to all of you representing the thousands and thousands of professional firefighters throughout the country, there is no way, no sufficient way to say thank you for what you do every single day. You put yourselves in the line of harm. You put yourselves on that front line to ensure that your communities are safe. There is nothing more notable or valuable. We need more people like you in our world today. You have a moral compass and a core that is sorely lacking in so many parts of the world. You have a sense of duty, a sense of honor, compassion, and public service that is truly beyond reproach. And for that, we as elected officials must ensure that your sacrifices and your hard work are rewarded. I am well aware that there are forces out there that are trying to stop you from being able to organize, trying to stop you from being able to collectively bargain for better working conditions, benefits, compensation, pensions. Groups that the Koch brothers fund, like ALEC and Americans for Prosperity, have made it their mission to deny working people a voice or even an opportunity to organize. And I stand with you against those attacks. As you probably know, many of those same forces fought me or us. They didn't want us to get the majority. They knew that if we won, we would actually try to level the playing field. They want a world where the haves continue to get more and the workers and the middle class get less and less. In November, we told them they were not going to win this time, not this round. And this session, we were able to move forward for workers. We were able to move forward the people of Virginia whose voices hadn't been heard literally in decades. We have a lot to do, but what we did is start down a path that puts people first. The new House majority delivered on progress that had been long, long overdue. Virginia has long been a place that was welcoming for business. And in fact, last year we reclaimed the #1 ranking for the best state in the country for business, along with our AAA bond rating. And while that's important, what isn't always mentioned is that when those rankings were touted, is that Virginia was amongst the last for workers. Not something to be proud of. I always do my best to mention them both at the same time. We can't be best for one while a detriment to the other. I reject the notion over and over again that a state that is good for business is bad for workers. Workers are the backbone of our economy. Public service, private sector, all together make up the valuable workforce needed to run a strong economy and also a successful state. We can be both. We can be great and the best state for business and the best state for workers as well. We did begin to make that happen this year. That was what this session was all about. But we know we have a way to go. And with your continued support and teamwork, we will do it. 2 months ago, we set out to transform business as usual in Virginia. One way we did that was we decided to remove the prohibition on collective bargaining for local employees. Thank you for helping to make that happen. I recall sitting down, I don't even remember when it was, Mr. President, chatting with you and discussing this course, this plan, and with President Cooley and others. Now, our local safety officers like you who fight for the public good day in and day out will finally have a seat at the table to collectively bargain. to collectively bargain for safe working conditions, for better hours, for well-deserved compensation, for a retirement plan that will protect workers in our senior years. The new House majority in the Commonwealth of Virginia is also standing up for the health of our first responders. This year, we finally, after years of attempts, finally secured coverage for PTSD under the Virginia Workers' Compensation Act. Big deal. And as President Cooley and President Shaberger know, I've been fighting for this coverage for years. It is undeniable that our public safety employees are at a significant higher risk for behavioral health concerns, issues that arose directly from your selfless acts every single day. First responders in Virginia will now no longer face systemic stigma related to unseen psychological illnesses. Those individuals will no longer be ignored and will no longer be forced to feel alone in their fight. Instead, our first responders will receive the support they deserve. First responders will also have access to peer programs, which are the linchpin of support networks, and so crucial. And we will continue to have the backs of first responders on the road to strengthening mental health resiliency. What I learned from people like President Shaberger and Bragg, Cooley, and other members of the VPFF is that one of the biggest threats to the health of firefighters is the prolonged exposure to harmful substances in the line of duty. Even with the best personal protective gear, exposure is clearly unavoidable. More must be done to prevent that exposure, and we also need to do more, so much more, once that exposure happens. Presently, the workers' compensation system makes it incredibly difficult and expensive and burdensome to award benefits to a firefighter battling cancer. In Virginia this year, we fought and were successful to add brain, colon, and testicular cancer to the list of diseases covered by workers' compensation for all firefighters, something we're so proud of. We fought again this year, the difference being this year, we won. When our firefighters face the physical and emotional burden of healthcare difficulty, they will no longer face the added burden of unreasonable additional insurance paperwork. After removing the prohibition on collective bargaining and expanding the workers' compensation coverages, we did not stop. We didn't stop there. We then also funded the gap in line of duty death benefits, providing benefits to the children of first responders who are killed or disabled in the line of duty. Now, we have ensured that the families of our fallen heroes are cared for when their loved ones tragically make the ultimate sacrifice. While we have made so much progress this session, there is still so much more to do. I will continue to work closely with my friends at the IAFF, VPFF, Firefighters Local 2068, and President Shaberger, Bragg, and Cooley, as well as all of you, to ensure that our first responders, you all who tirelessly and selflessly serve the public and our communities every single day, receive the honor, receive the gratitude, and the support, legislatively and otherwise, that you so truly deserve. Thank you for your tireless public service each day, and I want you to know that Virginia, the Commonwealth of Virginia, and our nation are truly better because of your selflessness and hard work, and I look forward to continuing our work together. Thank you for the invitation to be here today.
I hope I get to notice when they sign for
We could use a few more speakers like that, that's for sure. Now it's my pleasure to introduce another leader and another strong advocate on behalf of our union and our members. Strong public safety only happens with collaboration, when all interested parties sit together and discuss the issues. Our union makes that happen by working with as many elected officials as we can on both sides of the political aisle to help make our communities safer. The IAFF gets things done in Washington, D.C. because when the time comes, we count on friends from both parties to stand up for firefighters in our profession. The senator and leader you are about to hear from has previously spoken at our legislative conference, and we are happy that he's once again joining us today. As the Republican Policy Committee chairman, he is a key decision maker on what gets done in the United States Senate, and we really rely on his support. He knows that our members need the right tools and resources and the right number of firefighters on the rigs to get the job done. He has stood with us year after year, making sure the SAFER and FIRE Act programs are properly funded, keeping thousands of our brothers and sisters on the job. And when we needed this senator the most, he stepped up to have our backs, co-sponsoring the James Zadroga 9/11 Health and Compensation Reauthorization Act to permanently extend the World Trade Center Healthcare Program Fund. The work this Republican leader has done for our members has had a huge impact, not just on Missouri firefighters, but on our brothers and sisters all across the United States. So please welcome the U.S. Senator from the great state of Missouri, the Honorable Roy Blunt.
Well, great to be here. As Harold said, I've been here before, and it's always great to be here. It's good to have the advice of your leader and his team here in Washington. You know, we've got the coronavirus is a big discussion. I chair the committee that funds HHS and the Center for Disease Control and also labor, and I'll talk about that a little bit later. So I'm sort of in the middle of that, and I'm just not an elbow-bumping guy. My mom and dad were dairy farmers. We didn't think elbow bumping just looks kind of wrong. I thought when I'm coming up here, now surely Harold will not be an elbow bumping guy or a social distancing guy. When your president wants to have a distance, he tells you you are now distanced. I was here one year, and right after I spoke, I was still here, and he introduced one of my Democratic colleagues in the Senate, and when he did that, he made a point of pointing out how that person had committed to do something for firefighters they hadn't done. That was a good lesson, I thought, for me. One is don't commit to things that you're not going to do, and two, when you do commit, be sure and do them, but your leader certainly does that. I know you're going to have one of my Republican colleagues from Missouri here today, Ann Wagner, who was the chairman of my first Senate campaign when I ran for the Senate, a great friend of mine, a great friend of yours, and I was glad to see on the list that you had more than one Republican coming because you do exactly what the president said you do. You reach out and make these things happen. You know, in the Senate, we've developed this unique coronavirus plan. You know, the Senate's got about a handful of people under 50, a handful of people over 80, and everybody else in their generally late 60s and 70s. So our coronavirus plan is we put those 100 people on 100 different airplanes, and we send them to 100 different places. That was this weekend. In my case, you get on 4 airplanes by the time you get back here. And then we bring them all back from 100 different places, and we see just how long it takes for that petri dish to produce coronavirus. In fact, one of our colleagues, Senator Cruz, announced he was self-quarantined this week, which means he won't be here. A number of my colleagues took that news pretty well, that Ted Cruz was not going to be here was not going to be here this week. And then I saw one of the agencies that I fund, I saw they were considering banning air travel for people over their mid-70s, which of course would end the presidential campaign for everybody. And I saw this morning where Mayor Pete was going to be a guest host on Jimmy Kimmel Live. I'll guarantee you they don't invite Republicans to be a guest host on Jimmy Kimmel Live. Now I look further, and Bloomberg and Elizabeth Warren were going to be guest hosts on Senior Living. So it's an interesting time where maturity is finally as appreciated maybe as it's been in the Senate for a long time. But I'm glad to be here with you. I've been a real advocate for SAFER Act, for AFG, you know, new equipment, new hose, new training, wellness programs. All those things matter. We got really excited about communication ability after 9/11. 9/11 was almost 20 years ago, President's time. I think we got excited about the equipment that needs to be replaced. I worked with AT&T to set up the network for the authority for FirstNet. That will help. It's not in place yet, but it should be. And in the appropriations bill I chair, we put in a registry to be kept at the Center for Disease Control on firefighters and cancer. I think there's no doubt that what you do, there's more likelihood that you're going to have cancer, and there are plenty of people in this room that have had cancer or lost somebody who they work with that did. And when you think about what you do and the situations you're in, you know, you've got smoke, you've got heated plastics and glue and paint and asbestos and Lord knows what, and there's no way, no matter how well we try to protect you with equipment or you try to protect yourself, that you can totally do that. And so we've got that registry in place. We're going to begin to try to do a better job making the case that we've got to provide more help and more assistance, and understand when you step up to do this job, you step up and put your life at risk in many ways that aren't evident at the time. Keeping track of those things you're in so that later when you say, no, I got this when I was serving the public, I got this because of what I did as a firefighter, we've got a better way to make that known. Of course, first responders responding often in dangerous situations. Sometimes there's been violence involved, often these days drugs involved. I think the likelihood that many of you who are first responders will respond to a drug overdose are a whole lot greater than that the fire department part of the operation will respond to a fire. I'd also suggest for first responders that right now, with what's going on with this worldwide and nationwide concern about coronavirus, is you're going to get more calls. More calls. I've got a problem here. I don't want to go to the hospital, but I want to go somewhere, and somebody needs to come and help me make that decision. I think you're going to see that. And then those of you who know people, have lost people in the line of duty and service, we had 2 Missouri deaths this year. Chuck McCormick from West Peculiar died responding to a structure fire. Chris Moore from Maryland Heights had a medical emergency the day after he'd been aggressively fighting a fire. In fact, I got a letter that handed to me just as I walked out this morning from the West Peculiar Fire Protection District. Peter King and I, in 2016, passed legislation, the Fallen Heroes Act, to where if someone who is in service like you are dies related to that service, we fly a flag over the United States Capitol for that person. It's sent to their family. I got this letter this morning from the West Peculiar Fire Protection District. Dear Senator Blunt, on behalf of the McCormick family, West Peculiar Fire Protection District, and all its personnel, we'd like to extend our appreciation for the flag that was flown in Chuck's honor and sent to them. About a third firefighters, by the way, on another health-related issue, something else I'm very involved in, mental health generally. But about a third of firefighters show evidence of some of the things that you'd look for when you were looking for somebody that has post-traumatic stress. Clearly, you have that. Many of you have that. You're certainly in a stressful situation that when you get out of it, when you walk away from it, that doesn't mean it's over. And so I'm going to be sponsoring legislation you want to get passed this year for peer-to-peer counseling for people that have that first responders concern. And talking about our Missouri leaders, there was nothing I like better. In fact, I said, could we find a picture to bring today? And I don't think we got it done, of me in parades with guys who had the Firefighters for Roy shirts on. There is not a shirt that I like better than the Firefighters for Roy shirt, or a group that I'm more proud to walk beside in a parade when those Firefighters for Roy shirt are rolled out. And today I've had a chance to visit with people who have been in those parades with me, for people who have been helpful to me. Mark Woolbridge is here, the Vice President of the Pattonville District. He works really effectively with the Missouri General Assembly and tries to develop those relationships in our state that work in the state capitol like your leaders here do. Al Alford, the new president of the 6,000-member Missouri State Council of Firefighters, is here. Sherwood Smith, the former president of that group, and Sherwood and I have been in lots of parades together, again, helping me. Members of the Eastern Missouri Firefighters Local 2665 are here, and the Central Jack Firefighters 3133, and Lauren Reddington right here, who's taking pictures for our office. Today's dad is a retired firefighter from Buffalo, New York. So we got good firefighter input at our office every day through Lauren, as well as others who work on your issues. But I'm proud of you. I'm proud of what you do. I'm proud to be associated with you, and I'm looking for those opportunities to stand up and show you just how much your support means to me. Thank you for letting me come today. Good to see all of you.
Thank you, Senator, for all of your support. Longtime friend. Okay. Are we, the Skype ready? Is the prompter ready to go? I just want to make sure. Okay. We often hear of support for firefighters from elected officials during their campaigns. Often the work our members do gets splashed across television screens and in newspapers. For some lawmakers, that recognition and support is lasting. For others, it fades under the weight of other considerations. But sometimes the work of our members leaves an indelible mark, creating a lasting respect, appreciation, and support for the firefighters and paramedics serving in their community. Years ago, firefighters and paramedics rushed to successfully rescue a 2-year-old who had stopped breathing. A stressful call that saw our members rise to the occasion and save a baby girl. The relieved mother may have already respected the work our members do, but she never forgot those paramedics who turned that horrible moment into a beautiful future for her family. That mother, a lawyer by trade, would soon enter the political arena in her home state of New Mexico. When our New Mexico firefighters met with her, they quickly realized that she understood and respected the work they do, not just on a political level, but on a personal level. These were her firefighters. Our leadership and members supported her campaign. They knocked on doors and made sure their neighbors knew that she had the support of the firefighters on her road to becoming county commissioner. Winning that election In her new role, she paved the way for our members to finally get a much-deserved pay raise, the biggest for our members in state history. When she ran for the U.S. House of Representatives in 2012, the gold and black was with her again. And while in office, she made sure overburdened fire departments in New Mexico received federal grants that brought more resources and tools to fire departments and firefighters. And in 2018, we proudly supported her campaign to become New Mexico's first Democratic woman to be elected governor. And since her election, she has been a staunch advocate for our members, always standing for their profession and public safety. She understands the trauma and emotional toll that this job takes on them. The very first bill she signed into law recognized post-traumatic stress as an occupational hazard. She signed a firefighter Bill of Rights into law, providing our members necessary protections during legal interrogations. And this year, she fought for and then signed a bill protecting the retirement security of New Mexico's firefighters, helping to ensure our members are afforded a peaceful retirement after a career service. And to assist her on this incredible journey, she appointed our former president of Albuquerque, our New Mexico State Association former president, Diego Aracan, to become her deputy chief of staff. Our New Mexico firefighters and paramedics are proud of their governor, a mom, a lawyer, a strong advocate for public safety, and we are proud to call her a true friend. Brothers, sisters, the governor of the state of New Mexico, the Honorable Michelle Lujan Grissom. Welcome, Governor. I can see you. I don't know if you can see anything.
I can see you. Good morning, Harold. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for putting up with me on Skype. The benefits of technology, in this case, are really productive. Couple of things. One, I was expecting your president to tease me more than he did, so I'm not sure where to go with that, Harold. I'll save the teasing, I guess, for when I get to see you in person. Two, I'm really sad that I'm not there. One of the highlights for me always is spending time with firefighters, and I will tell you why. It isn't just because of that very warm and productive introduction. It's because we've built a coalition in our state, a coalition that I know you utilize on a national basis, and that coalition leads to real results. And these are lasting results from making sure that we're safe during our work and career, making sure that our retirement benefits and family supports are protected and available to us for the long haul, looking at ways to enhance emergency communication, making sure that collective bargaining is enhanced and protected statewide. And we set that agenda in 2010, and unfortunately, too much of that agenda required a governor. And in 1 year, because we've been working together, we've delivered on every single one of those issues. And I will tell you, people said we could not lift a $7 billion unfunded liability from our pension system. And we did it because firefighters showed up for a year and identified the strategies and the legislative vehicles to make that a reality. And it's nothing short of incredible. And I'll tell you what it's done all by itself, because so many other working members, some not even union members, public employees, who were seeing states discuss, including ours, mechanisms to whittle away their benefits, to look at maybe going to defined contributions, having discussions about healthcare that are going in the wrong direction. Because firefighters stood tall, and I'm 4'10", so I'm always impressed by that, stood tall. Every other public employee stayed the course. So they're engaged in everything from retirement protections, reforming our pension system, one of the only states in the country to get that done, and to get that done in a first year of a brand new governor. But it's led the foundation to create a situation in our state where right to work can never occur. It's created a situation where we're investing in salary increases, specific retirement shifts for first responders, additional training, brand new reorganization of labor boards that really look at county and volunteer firefighters statewide, enhancing our emergency communications and training. In the largest city in our state, we could not get an interoperable communication system between the county first responders and the city first responders. And when I was in Congress, because they couldn't work together, then I wasn't eligible to bring home a federal grant for that communications. Well, this coalition, and quite frankly, Mr. President, you're right, the work of Diego Arincon, making people sit at the table, get to know their first responders and their community, be clear about what they can get done, and that what our expectations are for making sure that each legislative session has a first responders priority list, right? That we've got an agenda that's meaningful. We've won on every single issue, every single time, and including putting PTSD into our presumptive causation workers' comp protection legislation. Thank you. And now we're going to do that for all first responders and make sure that we're not leaving our brothers and sisters in blue behind, because this kind of organization, frankly, doesn't exist in the same way for police officers. And we're taking the same models that you're working on nationally, and the models that are, and I know we've got at least a handful. I saw Robert Sanchez in the audience there a minute ago. We're taking that same model in New Mexico, and when working on making sure that every first responder, and now for the COVID-19, your leadership is finding its way into our response and training for home health care workers and police officers and tribal officers, and making sure that all of our emergency managers in every single community and context are following the leadership of their firefighters and the IAFF. So for me, this has been a source of incredible pride because, Harold, you're right. Mr. President, we set a really aggressive agenda, but it wasn't a political agenda. And for you, every day that you respond to a call, every baby whose mother is panicked in the same way that I was, every time you make a difference in someone's life, that's lasting. And it's too easy for us to forget to tell those stories and to live by the example that you set every day. So 3 things I want to leave you with. I surround myself with people who don't forget those stories and remind me to keep telling them. 2, we've built a nonpartisan coalition. We're clear that what we're trying to do is make a difference. We don't get mired in the politics once we've elected our candidates. And all of the IAFF candidates, we're working together at every statewide office, every legislative office, every county office, so that we're clear that we're making the investments and the differences that make all the difference in your ability to respond to families just like mine. I think about that terrible moment that Harold talked to you about all the time. And I was alone in the house. And actually, I was alone in the house with a 2-year-old was the child that was doing all right. It was my infant, Aaron, who stopped breathing. And I tried to get her breathing by myself, and I couldn't do it. I called 911, and you know, I didn't understand how firefighters and first responders work. I expected that a paramedic driver, who I didn't know was going to be a firefighter, would show up momentarily. Although it was probably a minute, it was, a couple of minutes, it felt like it was such a quick response. Quite frankly, it felt like seconds to me. And I know most people who are in a trauma will tell you quite the opposite, that it feels like an hour goes by, but that's not what happened. I was on the phone, cradling my limp infant, and the next thing I know, a firefighter paramedic was at my door. And I can't even really explain productively that I knew that if I just handed that baby to the firefighter and let him hold my limp baby in his arms, in a matter of seconds, she was going to be okay. And that's exactly what happened. She was okay. And my poor husband showed up with all the fire trucks and ambulances outside. But I think he had real confidence that if they were at our house, those vehicles were still there, that everybody inside the house was safe. And in fact, that was true. And those lasting impressions, there's not a single family in a single community who hasn't had the benefit of somebody responding to an emergency. And while we all wish those emergencies didn't occur, they do. Several years later, I lost my husband to a brain aneurysm. He was an organ donor. And about 6 months after I lost him, I received one of the most valuable and important letters of my whole life. And it made a difference in my daughter's healing. A firefighter in a small community in western New Mexico, Grants, New Mexico, father of 4 children, was the recipient of my husband's heart. And I can't tell you, but I feel as if those life experiences connected me to this organization in ways that maybe most people don't get connected. One incident maybe, but 2. And my whole career has been lifted, has been successful because of the men and women in that conference today, Mr. President, and by all the men and women who are first responders in my state. And this is a state that's going to get public worker protections, not just right in the context of the legislation we've already talked about, but we're going to get it right, and we're going to lead the country every single legislative session. And we're doing that because we have this kind of partnership. So while I regret more than I can adequately explain how sad I am not to be there today, I'm doing what you would expect me to do. I'm surrounded by men and women who are continuing to prepare, who are making sure families feel safe. They're clear that we know what to do in an emergency, that we're testing and surveilling, and we're also protecting our health workers and our first responders adequately. Because that's what you would do. You would stay put. You would be really clear that your obligation is to those families in that way. And so I'm very grateful to each and every one of you. And the last thing I want you to know is that I'm expecting great things from you today, because we need not just a state-by-state agenda, we need a national agenda that is clear about first responders and the protections and quality workplace investments that we need to make. You will always have my support. I am very grateful to you, and I'm so honored that you had me today at your conference. Mr. President, it's an honor to work with you side by side, and there's not a single moment, certainly of my career, that I don't reflect back and think about your leadership and the impact that you've made on my own career here in my own beautiful state of New Mexico. Thank you, sir. I'm very grateful.
Governor, thank you so much. And I'm going to save the, first of all, they're all, I don't know if you can see, but they're all loving you, as they should. And I'm going to, I was trying to be polite. I was going to save my short jokes for when I saw you personally. I mean, you're a governor now. I've got to be very respectful. Thank you so much for everything you do. We'll see you soon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you so much. And I will see you soon, and you can tease me then in person.
Okay. All right. As we know, firefighting is dangerous. And our members are developing occupational cancers at alarming rates. And that's why our Maryland leadership proudly worked with our next speaker as he introduced legislation adding 3 new cancers to Maryland's cancer presumption law. He understands what cancer can do because he himself faced his own cancer diagnosis right after becoming the governor of the state of Maryland. Showing the grit and courage of a firefighter Simply put, he kicked cancer's ass while staying on the job, and now he's a survivor. This leader has gone out of his way to make himself available so that we can discuss the important public safety issues with him, the issues that matter to our members. He knows that firefighters earn a dignified retirement and should earn one after a grueling career of putting their long-term health and their lives at risk. That's why he supports legislation to exempt 100% of retirement income of firefighters and other first responders from state income taxes. Our Maryland affiliate leadership was so proud to stand by his side when he put this bill forward, because we know that he'll work hard to get this bill signed into law. This respected governor comes from a family of public service. His father was a member of Congress and a Prince George's County executive who always was a champion of our issues. We knew the governor was a fighter back in 2014 when, after a successful career in business, this proud Republican ran for the highest office in Maryland, a true blue state, and won. And this union, our leadership, our unions in Maryland, sticking to the principle of standing strong with those who stand with us, put the full power of the gold and black behind his 2018 re-election campaign. Brothers and sisters, join me in welcoming the National Governors Association President, the Republican governor from the state of Maryland, the Honorable Larry Hogan.
Wow, good morning. Thank you very much. It's great to be here with all of you. President Shateberger, thank you for that very kind introduction. Thank you for your leadership. I also want to thank General Secretary Treasurer Ed Kelly and the entire IAFF team. Thank you for having me here this morning. Before I begin, I want to touch on an issue that is on all of our minds right now. As was mentioned, I'm the chair of the National Governors Association, and a little bit later this morning, I will be going to the White House Situation Room. Vice President Pence and I will be holding our second teleconference with all of the nation's governors and with top-ranking federal officials regarding the coordinated federal-state response to the coronavirus. Last night, health officials in my state identified 2 additional positive cases. Maryland now has 5 total confirmed cases of COVID-19. And as of this morning, there are now more than 500 confirmed cases of the coronavirus in 34 states across the country and right here in Washington, D.C. In Maryland, our state health department team has been working collaboratively with the CDC and local health departments, and our emergency management teams are engaged with local and federal partners to limit the spread of COVID-19. Now, just like each and every one of you, my mission, my highest priority, is keeping people safe, and I want to assure Marylanders that our state is taking every precaution when it comes to the coronavirus, and I know that my fellow governors are all out there on the front lines doing the same thing. Now, let me just say it is truly an incredible honor to have this opportunity to be back here with you once again. I want to congratulate you on this 40th annual legislative conference of the International Association of Firefighters, which has a proud membership of more than 320,000 of our true heroes. And I want to say that I'm proud of every single one of them. But I want to take a moment to give a special shout out to my hometown guys, the professional firefighters of Maryland, led by Andy Pantelis, Jeff Buttle, and past President Mike Runn. Where are the Maryland guys? There's a bunch of Maryland folks here. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you, guys. And not only do Maryland's professional firefighters do an outstanding job each and every day protecting the people of our state, but they have also given me tremendous support. I have had their back and they have had mine, and I won't ever forget that. Just last week, we released the supplemental budget, and I was proud to include additional funding for the professional firefighters of Maryland for education and training. As governor, I have been moved countless times by the dedication, the bravery, and the selflessness of our firefighters and first responders. The outstanding men and women of the IAFF, including all of you here today, are at your best, and your goodness and compassion shines brightest when others are in need. Time and time again, when you're called upon, every single time you answer the call with no regard for your own personal safety. And when others run from the danger, you run toward it. It is on our very worst days that we ask the very best of all of you. In 2015, just 90 days after I was sworn in as governor, Baltimore City was in flames and facing its darkest days. 400 businesses were burned and destroyed. 170 firefighters and police officers were injured in just the first few hours. And at the height of the riots, the number of arsons reached 900% above the 5-year average. It was the worst violence in 47 years. Our team acted swiftly and decisively. I declared a state of emergency, and we moved all of our key operations into the city. And it was thanks in large part to the incredible efforts of our firefighters, our police, first responders, and the Maryland National Guard, folks from all across the region who answered the call, who put the fires out. We were able to restore peace and law and order to the city. And our professional firefighters and paramedics rose to the occasion just as they always do. And our police and guardsmen stood on the front lines and worked tirelessly around the clock right alongside them, all to serve the greater good. All of our professional firefighters and all of you truly are heroes walking among us, and you deserve our enduring appreciation and unwavering support. And making sure that you get that respect that you deserve isn't a political issue. It's just common sense, and it's simply the right thing to do. As governor, as I said, my top priority is keeping citizens safe. And in order to do that, it is essential that our firefighters and all of our first responders have the tools, the support, and the resources that they need to do their jobs effectively. During my first campaign as governor, I pledged to work hard to provide tax relief for all of Maryland's retirees. And I said that I wanted to eventually reach the point where we could eliminate all retirement taxes. But I pledged to begin by repealing the pensions of the brave men and women who put their lives on the line for the rest of us. So 5 years in a row, we have introduced Hometown Heroes legislation, which would eliminate all of the taxes on retirement income for our firefighters, police, and first responders. In 2017, we were successful in getting the legislature to pass a bill to exempt the first $15,000 of retirement income for our first responders. It was a good start, but it's not good enough. So this year, we again introduced the Hometown Heroes Act, and I pledge to you that we will not stop fighting until once and for all we eliminate 100% of the taxes on your pensions. In 2018, I had the honor of getting to know a Prince George's County firefighter named Jesse McCullough. His brothers and sisters in the fire and rescue service were holding a fundraiser for him to raise money for him and to show support for him and his family. Jesse was battling stage 4 occupational colon cancer. I met Jesse's wife, Susie, and his daughters, Maggie and Alice, and I presented him with a governor's citation to thank him for his years of selfless and dedicated service to the people of Prince George's County and the state of Maryland. I got to have the chance that day to have a long conversation with Jesse about the battle he was going through. And as your president mentioned, a few years earlier, I had faced my own 18-month battle with cancer, and I knew firsthand the physical, mental, and emotional toll it can take, and how hard it is on your family and your loved ones. And I shared some words of encouragement with Jesse. I told him to keep fighting, and I told him we wouldn't forget him, and that I would be praying for him and his family. When I met Jesse, I immediately loved the guy, and I couldn't help but be inspired by him. As sick as he wasn't the least bit depressed or disheartened. Instead, he had an incredibly positive attitude, and you could just tell that he was giving this fight everything that he had. Sadly, a couple of months later, Jesse lost his hard-fought battle with cancer. I had the honor of speaking at his funeral, and I talked about how much Jesse loved being a firefighter, how those he served with said he was the kind of guy you wanted to be gearing up with as you prepared to run the next call. He took such pride in his job. He worked hard, and he cared deeply about serving and helping others. For Jesse, and for so many of you gathered here this morning, being a firefighter is much more than just a job. It's a calling. And I know that right up until the very end, Jesse was displaying the same courage, fighting spirit, and positive attitude that he put into his long career in the fire service. I don't have to tell any of you here that firefighters get cancer at a much higher rate than the rest of the population. And over the course of my own treatment, I met some amazing fellow patients and their families who were fighting much tougher battles than my own. And it's because of them and because of all of you, firefighters like you, who are at higher risk, that I will continue to stand with all of those who are fighting this terrible disease. Last year, I was proud to enact legislation to add kidney or renal cell cancer and urinary cancer to 9 other types of cancer that Maryland already considered occupational diseases for firefighters under our workers' compensation laws. And I enacted the firefighter Jesse McCullough's Cancer Protection Law, which further expands worker compensation protections for first responders. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand that for a firefighter, the response area around your station is called your first due. As governor, state of Maryland is my first due. It is my job to make sure that my state and its people are kept safe. And all of you are an important part of helping me do that job. And I can promise you that as long as I'm governor, that our firefighters will continue to have a friend in the governor's office. You will continue to find a sympathetic ear an open door, a seat at the table, and you will continue to have a tireless advocate standing up, having your back, and fighting for you each and every day. You have never stopped being there for us, and I will never stop being there for you. May God bless each and every one of you. May God bless all our first responders, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Amazing. Governor, thank you so much. You're incredible. Even in the red states, there are lawmakers whose politics are shaped by considering the hardest working people in their communities who are making a difference in their neighborhoods. Lawmakers that understand firefighters need a strong voice when it comes to the decisions that impact them on the job. Lawmakers like the one you are about to meet know that collective bargaining can improve public safety. After a career in business, our next speaker entered the world of Missouri Republican politics, first working on redistricting issues, then as chairman of the Missouri Republican Party. Later, she would co-chair the Republican National Committee and then serve our great nation as U.S. Ambassador to Luxembourg. In 2013, she became a member of the U.S. House of Representatives, representing Missouri's wealthiest district in the suburbs of St. Louis. As she began her rise in GOP politics, our brothers and sisters in Missouri reached out and built a strong relationship with her because she respects the work our members do. We have supported her, and she has supported us. She stuck her neck out to support us on collective bargaining, bucking many of the GOP's influencers like Alec in the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. She is on the right side of so many of our issues, not just collective bargaining, but also on SAFER and the Fire Act grants, because she recognizes and realizes the importance of having enough firefighters on the rigs backed up with the most up-to-date equipment. And she supported our members in the St. Louis area on a local sales tax issue to help firefighters improve communications technology. We are thankful to have this accomplished Republican member of Congress with us today. We truly appreciate her willingness to listen and stand with us on the issues that keep our members safe as they protect their communities. So please welcome Missouri Republican, member of the U.S. House of Representatives, the Honorable Ann Wagner.
You know, how are you? Good to be with you. Good to be with you. Good to be with all of you. Here's my Missouri guys over here, or at least some of them. All right, a hand for Missouri Proud. Wow, this is a very low podium. This is, I can get used to this. This is
our hydraulic podium that won't raise any higher.
Well, it suits me well, so awesome to be with all of you. I'm grateful. And thanks to Harold and Ed and just everyone who has flown in from across the country. Do not panic. You are safe. All is good. We will survive all of this. Big thank you to my Missourians that are here from, frankly, all over the state of Missouri. But Mark Woolbright, Demetrius, Alfred, thank you so much for your leadership. I am grateful to you. Yes, please give them a round of applause. They are the best. They've had my back, and I've got theirs. Over the years, I've been honored to work with the International Association of Firefighters and stand with our first responders who keep our neighborhoods very, very safe, obviously. Professional firefighters and paramedics are taking on more and more responsibilities, serving, frankly, on the front lines on a range of wide range of different emergencies. And I'm thankful. I'm thankful for your service and commitment. You have chosen to accept a call to be part of something that's greater than yourselves. You put on uniforms that are a testament to others of your honor, of your courage, of your commitment to our community. You've selflessly embraced the sacrifice that comes with putting others before self. I have tremendous respect for firefighters and emergency paramedics and your willingness to protect both friends and mostly strangers, regardless of the cost. And that's why I believe Congress has a special duty to in turn protect our first responders, just as you protect every American. I'm thrilled that several of our shared initiatives have, in fact, become law over the past year. And I'm going to give you a little bit of some of the legislative updates that we and successes and the things that we are still working on. The bipartisan 9/11 Victims Compensation Fund Act passed the House and was signed into law in July of 2019. And it was introduced by a very dear friend of mine, Democrat from New York, Congresswoman Carolyn Maloney. And it ensures those who risked everything at Ground Zero can live longer and healthier lives. Their brave sacrifice in the face of danger saved lives and helped rebuild our country. We can never repay the debt that we owe them, but I'm proud that Congress has secured permanent funding for the first responders who put duty and country above themselves. In December, Congress also repealed the so-called Cadillac tax, which burdened middle-class families across America. I understand the critical importance of health care for all firefighters, many of whom are exposed to cancer, to PTSD, and other conditions. I have fought to repeal this tax since I first came to Congress because it would have made health care less affordable and reduced the quality of employee-based and union health insurance plans that many Americans like you and others rely upon. Beyond repealing taxes on middle-class health benefits, I am adamant that we must take proactive steps to give working families better options when it comes to health care, mental health, parental leave, and child care. Many Americans are part of what is called the sandwich generation, adults who care for both their children and their aging parents. But the high cost of child care and dependent care makes this incredibly difficult. For example, in 33 states, including Missouri being one of them, my home state, infant care costs actually exceed the average cost of in-state college tuition. These expenses leave too many middle and working class families with little disposable income and make it much harder to save for retirement. Legislation like my Child and Dependent Care Modernization Act would allow families to save more of their hard-earned pre-tax dollars. In addition, I'm also committed to finding solutions that would give all American families more financial options when they bring a new one into the world. As a mother, a grandmother, and an employer of young parents, I know that having a baby is both a time of great joy and also great anxiety. Along with rent and groceries, and parents are now paying for medical bills and diapers, car seats, and countless supplies. The last thing that a new parent should have to worry about is whether they're going to lose a job or miss a paycheck. We know that maternity leave reduces infant mortality and improves a mother's health, lowering the risk of depression and birth complications. And paternity leave improves father's connection to his child. That's why I introduced the New Parents Act, which would give parents more financial flexibility when they welcome a new child into their lives. I'm also committed to addressing the physical and the emotional toll that first responders confront in the workplace. I have voted in favor of PFAS-related bills that would limit PFAS exposure among the Department of Defense firefighters and authorize research to study the health impacts of exposure to these toxic substances. I believe we must do better when it comes to understanding how firefighters have been impacted and how we can best provide the treatment that they need. I'm also a proud co-sponsor of the HERO Act, which would address the increased risk of suicide, of PTSD, and other mental health challenges facing first responders. This legislation would give us more information about how to help emergency responders heal. It would also get our first responders the counseling and the resources and the support they need to navigate kind of unique stressors as they sacrifice to serve all of our communities. These are just some of the efforts that I look forward to collaborating with you on. And this is a collaboration. I sit down with my firefighters. They keep me informed. They bring things to my attention. We work together, hand in glove, in our community. I want to say just again how thankful I am for the choice that they've made, that each and every one of you has made to accept a higher calling. This is a collaborative effort. It should be a bipartisan effort. More Republicans wearing red ought to be at this podium, supporting your issues, supporting the work that you do to serve, as I said, a cause that's greater than oneself. Your service is a role model to all of us here in Washington and an example for Americans across the country as you continue to risk your lives to keep us safe. I want to thank you for your advocacy this week. I want to thank you for your service. I hope you get up to the Hill, come by my office in Rayburn, get to talk to your legislators, and have a good and successful conference. Thanks again to your leadership. Thanks again to my Missouri-proud firefighters and paramedics and first responders. Thank you all very, very much. Have a great conference.
Thanks for all your support.
No, she's here. Yep.
Thank you again, Representative Wagner. You've done great work for us, our union, and all of our members. A good friend always finds a reason to stop by for a visit. A couple of weeks ago, on Fat Tuesday, one of our friends dropped by a fire station in Dearborn, Michigan, to drop off Polish donuts. This seemingly small gesture meant a lot to those Dearborn firefighters, because it's not about the donuts. It was a signal that she truly cares about our members, that firefighters are appreciated as a vital part of her community. By dropping off those donuts, she was carrying on a beloved tradition, celebrating the Polish heritage of her late husband, the longest serving member of the United States House of Representatives, John Dingell, who passed away last year. She has kept up all the family traditions, not just dropping off donuts, but having the backs of our members who will respond when their communities need them most. She's always been there for our members, and Michigan firefighters have always been there for her family. We are proud of how seamlessly and how boldly and how well she has stepped into her role as a member of the U.S. House of Representatives. She has led the way on protecting our members in Congress, sponsoring legislation to label PFAS and PFAS as toxic substances under the Superfund program, protecting our members from exposure to these carcinogens. She is always with us on the issues that matter, on collective bargaining, on safer grant funding, with care and grace. And yes, she's always been there for us. Brothers and sisters,
please join me in welcoming a true longtime friend, the Democratic Congresswoman from the state of Michigan, the Honorable Debbie Dingell.
Okay, that made me cry. Harold, I love you. You are so lucky to have President Shapeberger as your president. He is a man with a heart, but he fights for you every day. You've been a friend of the Dingell family, what seems like forever, and thank you for everything that you do. You guys should give him an applause. He works hard for you every day. You know, I want to say to all of you this morning that every day, firefighters have the back of our communities. And you need to know that in the Congress, we have your back and will always have your back. I love the firefighters. I don't know who's here from Michigan yet. I haven't seen you. But the Michigan firefighters are my family. The Dearborn firefighters, more than you'll ever know. John loved them, and I love them. They'd always answer the call. They helped keep John alive, even when it wasn't easy. I'm going to tell you a couple stories. He was a royal pain in the ass. But most touching was their friendship. He would love to go, but he would go by the fire stations all the time. He would love to sit there and shuck corn. He would just talk to them and ask them questions, because who knows better what's happening in a community than the firefighters? And you know, I'll tell you something else. He liked it when they invited him to dinner because he thought your spaghetti was better than mine, and he was right. But I want to tell you how much the firefighters were in my life. You know, the first John was a Twitterer until the day he died, but he started to have some problems, and he was left alone it was only the last year that it was a little harder. But it was the day of the Dearborn Firefighters Police baseball game, and I was the honorary team captain of the firefighters. And the chief comes over and says, "I've got to talk to you. Don't tell John I'm telling you this story." But he had taken off that emergency button and pushed it by mistake, oblivious to it. Firefighters had responded, couldn't figure out how to get in the house, almost chopped down the door, but my neighbor saw it finally, and he was in the shower, buck naked, as the firefighters described it to me later, and all he did was look at him and say, "Hey, fellows, what can I do for you? You need something?" Or, you know, it got more serious. The first time he fell, he had a cut in his head. He was not going to the emergency room, flat out. And he wasn't going to have anybody see him with blood on his T-shirt. The firefighter was like, "John, you got to go." He locked himself in the bathroom and refused to leave. And then there was a woman there, said, "Guys, you might as well let him change his T-shirt, because he's not going until you do." So it's good to have women on those runs. And in the end, he fell several times. And Jeff Lentz, who's the president of the Dearborn Firefighters, I think he never said it, made a point of being the one that was on those runs. I'd be here, and he'd call me, and he'd say, "Debbie, it's okay. He's going to be okay. We don't have to take him," or, "Debbie, he's in a really stubborn mood. You got to talk to him." But that's how much a part of my life you are, and I never would have made it without the firefighters. So I want you to know that. Maya Angelou told us, people will forget the things that you do, and people will forget the things that you said, but people will never forget how you made them feel. At our worst moments, firefighters make us feel safe and supported. You come into our living rooms, our workplaces, our community events, and as soon as you're seen, everybody feels safer. You're there. You respond to each call without asking, "Can you pay?" You don't ask the color of somebody's skin. You don't ask who you voted for in the last election. and you treat everyone equally. You take care of everyone, and we're all safer because you do. In fact, I think we have a lot to learn from firefighters. You're literally on the front lines of almost every issue. Climate change, the opioid crisis, poverty, and just stopping the bad things that happen. And you know that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. In a climate where the perception of public safety personnel across the country has taken a very unfair hit, you are in our communities every day, building trust and keeping us safe. You selflessly put yourself in harm's way in order to keep our neighborhoods safe and ensure a better, safer future for our children and their children to come. So we have a responsibility to you, and we've got to take some issues. The president talked about PFAS. It's one of the issues I am most concerned about. These forever chemicals are a known health and environmental risk. They're known as the forever chemical. They are persistent, they're pervasive, and they don't break down in the environment or in our human body. 98% of us have PFAS in our blood. These toxic forever chemicals have been linked to kidney and testicular cancer, thyroid disease, liver damage, and effects in reproductive systems in both men and women. Firefighters face a lot of risks, and people don't talk about it enough, but we've got to do our part to lessen them. One of the main sources of PFAS leaking into our environment is firefighting foam that's been used for decades. And I know how critical that firefighting foam is. You get the tanker spill on I-94 that could melt the bridge and hit the communities like that. You need to have that firefighting foam because it's the only thing we have right now that will put out that fire and keep people safe. But we have got to invest in the research and development that will replace that foam and keep you safe. More people are going to continue to be poisoned until we clean up PFAS and stop the spread of it. In Michigan, we've had the Flint water crisis, so we pay more attention. That was bad, so we're not going to let another incident like that happen. So we're testing more than other states are. We have more sites than any state has in the country, but it's because we are testing. And when other states start testing, you're going to have as many sites as we do. In January, the House passed a bipartisan package of PFAS bills anchored by the Dingell PFAS Action Act. This comprehensive legislation would list PFOA and PFAS as the two most dangerous in that chemical class as hazardous substance and accelerate the cleanup of this chemical at military sites and in communities across the country. Until we can get the Senate and the President to act, more people are going to be poisoned. And you know what else? We don't have a drinking water standard. We have a guideline. We need to get, I've been asking EPA since I came to Congress. I haven't been here that long. I'm seasoned but not old. But they've been promising it the standard for 5 years, and they've yet to act. We need to get them to do that. And when you're on the Hill, especially in, I'm not going to be political, but in some of those offices, you need to urge people to do that. And we've got to have your back in other ways, too. Today, Ann talked about making sure that you're getting the support for health benefits. You're under extreme stress at all times. We need to just make sure that you've got the resources, times to take the break. But my staff person came in, and her uncle's a firefighter, and he's been diagnosed with multiple myeloma, which, as you know, most of the cases in this country are firefighters. He's going to have a bone marrow transplant. He's healthy, thankfully. He has no family. She's going to take the time off, and I will give it to her because she should be there with him, because we need to be there for our firefighters who, when you are getting toxic chemicals and doing the job, we've got to try to eliminate them. It took too long to get done what happened in New York City. We can never let that happen again. We have to be here for you every single day. You know, what people don't understand is how you're on the front lines. You're not just fighting fires, you're the paramedics. You are patrolling neighborhoods. You're now on the front lines of responding to everything, from break-ins to fires to drug overdoses. You've got to get trained to identify mental illness, to respond to substance abuse issues, and it doesn't matter whether you're working in cities or suburbs or rural areas. These are the realities of what your public safety jobs entail. And we need to make sure you've got the tools to address them and that we thank you every single day for what you are doing. We also need to be doing the Assistant to Firefighters grant programs and the Safer grant programs. These programs, which are competitively award grants to both career and volunteer fire departments, help meet the requirements of training and staffing needs, which are vitally important to all of you. You know, I just want to thank you for what you're doing. And I want to tell you how important it is that you are in Washington, because people take you for granted. They just think the fireman's always going to be there when they need them. They don't think about what your job descriptions become. They don't know how critical you are. You were and are a member of my family, and I want you to know you will always have the biggest champion for you. I want to read you a letter as I close. I got it, not this weekend, but last weekend when I got home. I'm carrying it now with me everywhere I go. Hello, Congresswoman Dingell. My name is Mike Matern, and I work for the Dearborn Fire Department. I wanted to write you to let you know that I'm thinking about you with the one-year anniversary of the passing of your husband. My partner and I were the first ones on the scene that night a year ago when you called 911, and we worked to help him. I cannot express enough my condolences to you. That night is one that I will never forget. The one thing I will always remember and stick with me in those moments, you could see the love that you had for your husband and the heartbreaking pain you were going through. I remember when we were leaving, I stopped and gave you my condolences, then gave you a hug. The hug is one that lasted a good deal of time. My heart broke for you, and I could feel the pain and the hurt in that hug, and I wish I could have taken that pain away from you. He then wrote some political stuff, but he concluded with, I'm not going to give you that. You are always in my prayers. I am proud to have someone like you representing our area and myself in Washington. I hope nothing but the best for you moving forward. Just know you're not on this path alone. There are many people who support you and will be there for you at a moment's notice, including myself. God bless you. I want you to know that you're not in this alone. You have people that are at your back, and you will never be alone. I love you, and you'll never know how much. Thank you.
Representative Dingell, one last time, thank you for everything you've done, but also for your incredible family and what they've done for us over so many decades. God bless you. Thank you. The Los Angeles Fire Department is the strongest it's been in a long time, and getting even stronger thanks to the hard work from our affiliate leaders in Local 112, who for years fought against the tide of neglect and negligent leadership.
They could not do it alone. Our brothers and sisters on the front lines in LA would not have won the battles for pay parity and to restore over a dozen engine and truck companies left closed after the last recession without the help of strong local lawmakers. We needed strong LA City lawmakers to stand with us and fight for the public safety and for our members' ability to deliver that safety. Just before Christmas last year, I had the opportunity to meet such a strong leader, a woman who will fight for what is right no matter what. With Vice President Lima, we had a chance to chat, and I found the depth of not only her knowledge, but her commitment. This city leader, elected by her peers on the city council as the first Latina ever to be elected as Los Angeles City Council president, is historic. She's a rising star, involved at all levels of government in California, and she's one to watch. She's the type of lawmaker we need on our side because she is a pro-firefighter and a pro-union leader. And for those who know her best, it was no surprise that she believes in pay parity. And for any person who works and that's willing to work hard, and particularly our members. We are so proud of her and thankful for her efforts to bring more women into our ranks. She joined with the Los Angeles City Council Local 112 to launch the first ever girls' camp at the Los Angeles Fire Department Training Academy, allowing young women to experience the fire service while still in high school. This is an amazing program, a great recruitment tool that she started and is now taking off nationwide. She is just like one of us. She won't back down. She continues to stand up for those who can't stand up for themselves. We are glad she's on our side and that she is helping our brothers and sisters in LA. Put your hands together for the City Council President of Los Angeles, the Honorable Nury Martinez.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here today. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Nury Martinez, and I am the first Latina in 170 years of U.S. history to be elected president of the Los Angeles City Council, the governmental body in the second largest city in this nation. I am a staunch supporter. Thank you. I am a staunch supporter and a friend of labor. I want to thank General President Shaeberger for inviting me here today and for your kind introductions. Thank you very much. Harold, you are a true champion, not only for first responders, but for organized labor across this nation. The battles you fight on behalf of your members, like collective bargaining and healthcare and mental health support, are not only firefighter issues, they're American worker issues. Collective bargaining is not a privilege. It is a right for every American. I am so proud to be here today with labor leaders to recognize that fact. So thank you, Harold, for inviting me today. And thank you to General Secretary Treasurer Ed Kelly for fighting for those rights. Before I go on, I want to thank my home local, Local 112 of the United Firefighters Los Angeles, and my president, Freddie Escobar, and his executive board who are here this morning. Hi, guys. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to advocate for you and the honor to represent you and fight for you, and thank you for always having my back. I also want to thank and acknowledge IAFF's 10th District Vice President and former Local 112 President, my good friend Frankie Lima. Frank has always been a true partner to me and one of the great labor leaders in our movement. He also represents UFLEC Local 112 at our LA County Federation of Labor, and our solidarity is powerful in Los Angeles. We have been blessed in Los Angeles with strong union fire leaders, and our city has definitely benefited from it. They are true partners in public service. They are firefighters for which they work and fight for workers' rights. They are effective champions to deliver not just for their members, but for the entire city of Los Angeles. Because of guys like Freddie and because of IAFF, leaders like Frank, Los Angeles has received more than $20 million in SAFER grants from the federal government. More money that specifically went to hiring a class of 50 firefighters and opening up 4 LAFD engine companies that had been previously closed due to the economic downturn 10 years ago. Frank and Local 112 and its executive board have not only been staunch advocates for their own members, but for working families in their fields. When Los Angeles teachers went on strike last year, represented by the United Teachers of Los Angeles, Frankie and President Shakeberger went out there to make sure that they represented and it stood side by side with our teachers. More than 1,800 firefighters marching in our streets on behalf of our kids and teachers. And it was not a coincidence that that same day the teachers were able to cut a meaningful deal and was able to put more money in teachers' pockets and increase mental health care for our students. This is the power of organized labor. This is the power of the firefighter brand, and this is the power of the firefighter union. Whether it's fighting back lawsuits to build new fire stations so that our first responders can do their jobs safely and effectively, or working to increase diversity and inclusion in our departments, or including their sponsorship in the girls' camp for the last 4 years, running to increase the number of women in our ranks, I have always been proud to stand with the fire union to get things done. We all know it takes exceptional human beings to be able to become firefighters. It is the thing that I admire the most from each and every one of you. You're a special group of people. However superhuman the public and elected officials might think you are, at the end of the day, you are human beings. You are husbands, wives, fathers, mothers, brothers, and sisters, and unfortunately, you see a lot of things that most people simply do not. In fact, the health and safety of working conditions of our firefighters are a barometer of our society. Our firefighters see it all. They see the struggles of our society on the front lines. If our healthcare system is failing, our firefighters are the ones to pick up the slack. They become primary healthcare givers to our communities and cities. If our infrastructure is failing, our firefighters are the ones to see the increase of volume. In Los Angeles, we are facing the largest homeless epidemic in the nation. It is a complex issue that it has different moving parts like housing, mental health, addiction issues, but our firefighters are the ones who see it face to face and live it every single day. They see the call loads rise, and they see the impact this issue has had on our residents and those who are experiencing homelessness. While we are working hard for long-term solutions, we are also working to find ways to alleviate the burden to our first responders and our emergency system. The Los Angeles Times did a story last month of LA Fire Station 9 in Skid Row in downtown LA. Skid Row is the largest homeless encampment in the nation. Fire Station 9 is one of the busiest fire stations in the nation. With close to 23,000 emergency calls per year, 1.28 square miles, the reporter who followed the firefighters for 24 hours titled the article, "Horror, Fatigue, and Constant Calls." The story was important not only because it shows that incredible odds you face each day, but because it clearly shows that the behavioral and mental impact that the job has on firefighters. I don't tell you anything you haven't heard before. Behavioral health is an issue that fire services are facing every single day. The statistics are really frightening. 1 in 5 firefighters suffering from PTSD, and more deaths due to suicide in line of duty deaths in the past 3 years. But what I admire the most, and what I should not have to remind you of, is as elected officials and the political system, your tool to help people and help your members is very important. Tomorrow, you'll be lobbying in the Hill for Helping Emergency Responders Overcome Act. This act will increase prevention, detection, and treatment for post-traumatic stress injuries among emergency responders, provide educational grants, and develop peer counselors and collect data on suicides. When you go and lobby at the Hill, tell your personal stories. Show the legislatures what your brothers and sisters have gone through. Tell them what you've gone through and how this legislation can help you. It is your experience that elected officials want to hear. You are the only ones that are able to deliver this message and be able to bring this issue out of the shadows from the public and those in power. I am proud that in Los Angeles, we supported getting firefighters the behavioral health resources that they needed. It's not all my work or the council or the mayor. It is a lot to do with our local 112 and their tremendous effort to ensure that this gets done. We work hand in hand with our union to ensure that our protectors are protected and that they have a safe place to go if they need to. Just like a broken leg, these injuries are part of the job and they should be treated as such. Los Angeles is leading the way in an innovative approach to behavioral health. They negotiated a robust employee assistance program in 1978 and never stopped building on it. In addition to having full-time healthcare specialists on calls with their members, now they're pushing to develop even further to build a building on local behavioral health for their members in my district. But doing so, it's not just about them as a local. We cannot ignore the 911 calls from our first responders. We need to address mental health at a national level and ensure that firefighters and their families have the help that they need. I want to applaud President Shapeberger for taking on this issue of behavioral health and pushing forward where a lot of others have faltered. We saw the signs early on, you saw the signs early on, and when something went wrong in the union and you jump into action by creating a robust behavioral program building on the IAFF Center Excellence for Behavioral Health in Maryland. But you cannot fight this fight alone, and you need partners here in Washington to be able to get that job done. Please, when you meet with your elected officials, they're all gonna wanna tell you that they're happy to see you and they're gonna hear your stories, but do not be mistaken. Sometimes you will go home and those emails will be ignored. Don't let that stop you. Stand in solidarity with each other and make sure your voices are heard. When you're talking to elected officials tomorrow about your critical issues like collective bargaining and mental health, make sure that the conversation does not end tomorrow. Make sure you continue to communicate. Make sure you keep checking back in with them, keep communicating, and keep telling your story. Too many times, politicians will applaud you regarding your first responders' efforts. They want to thank you for running into buildings towards danger, but too many times, that same politicians don't do enough to make sure that you have the services you need when you get out of that building. So don't let them. So don't be mistaken. You don't need their thank yous. You need their action. And you need to tell them that if they support you and the millions of lives that you save and the people that you help in towns and cities across this great country, that they need to be there for you. You need their vote and you need their money to prove it. They need to support your right to collective bargaining. They need to create mental health services to help you process the very real and difficult things that firefighters go through each and every day. And in closing, I will say this. When the lives of the people that you serve each day and the lives of the firefighters are at stake, the question should never, ever be, should we be with them? The question should always be, where, how, and what time should I be there? You are exceptional human beings and the best of the best. My name is Nuri Martinez, and I am the president of the Los Angeles City Council and a friend of IAFF. Thank you very much for having me.
Oh, I'm so proud to have you as a friend. We're going to be following you for a long time.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Wow. I'll tell you what. We're going to be following you for a long, long time. What an amazing leader. Whoa. Powerful. I'm told our next guest is live Skype, but I'm going to give you an introduction that he's not going to be able to hear. But I am so proud to introduce him because he's not only a great leader, he's really become a great friend. We all know that communications technology is critically important to helping our members keep the public safe and to stay safe themselves. And we know better than most that technology evolves, and sometimes the rules get tinkered with. But the bottom line is simple. Firefighters must be able to locate callers before they can help themselves. We must be able to communicate effectively with each other on the fire ground. And without those two basics, the work our members do is so much more difficult. The IAFF realizes that fact, and so does the man you're about to meet. Just like our members, he has dedicated his career to serving his fellow Americans through public service. Born in Buffalo, New York, and raised in Parsons, Kansas. And his parents immigrated to the United States from India in 1971. He's a Harvard graduate who went on to get his law degree at the University of Chicago. He worked for the U.S. Department of Justice's Antitrust Division. And after a brief stint with Verizon, he returned to government, eventually earning an appointment as a commissioner on the FCC, nominated by President Barack Obama, and at the suggestion of Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell. Importantly, he sees eye to eye with firefighters on some very important issues. He understands that when someone with an emergency calls from inside a multi-story building, you need actionable information to be able to find them and conduct rescues. And that means having data that can tell you what floor they may be on, information that can save minutes in an emergency when seconds truly matter. He not only agreed with us on this point, but he worked for years at the FCC to make sure to get it done, creating sound policy, giving our members the tools they need to do their jobs. He also has rightfully called on Congress to repeal its mandate that the FCC auction the T-band spectrum, used every day by major metropolitan departments to communicate. He understands that the mandate is unworkable and will deprive firefighters and other first responders of their ability to communicate by radio, making your work harder, or forcing departments to spend valuable resources on less reliable alternatives. This is the type of agency leader that can make a difference and has made a difference. So, brothers and sisters, the chairman of the Federal Elections Commission, please welcome Ajit Pai.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Shapeberger, for the introduction. Thank you for the invitation to the brothers and sisters of the International Association of Firefighters. I wish I could be there with you today in person, but I hope you can understand. The first thing I want to do is to say thank you. Thank you for what you do each and every day, putting your lives on the line to help keep our communities safer. You know, there's a reason why little kids have long said and always will say that when they grow up, they want to be firefighters. And that's because you are the closest thing we've got to real-life superheroes. The second thing I want to say is to thank you for the International Association of Firefighters' voice, and in particular, your advocacy, as Mr. Shapeberger mentioned, in helping us secure a big policy win at the FCC. And that win involved 911. 911, of course, is the cornerstone of our public safety system. Every American knows the number, every American relies on the number, and every American trusts that when they dial the number, they will be able to reach someone who can find them and who can help them. That system has worked well for many years, but there are a few flaws. And one of the flaws involves wireless calls to 911. As you probably know, the majority of wireless 911 calls these days are coming from phones all across the country. And current technology does a pretty good job in figuring out what building a wireless 911 caller is located in, the so-called X and Y coordinates. But things get a little more complicated when you're calling from a multi-story building, say an apartment complex or an office building. Even though you might know which building somebody is calling from if you're a first responder, the caller might not be able to or might not know the vertical location, the so-called Z-axis of where they're located. And that can be a problem because then first responders, firefighters, and others have to do a floor-by-floor search once they get to the scene. That search can cost you time, and lost time can mean lost lives. Well, I'm proud to say that the FCC, a bipartisan majority, made some reforms recently to help change that. And in particular, we adopted what's called a Z-axis, or vertical location accuracy metric, of plus or minus 3 meters. In English, that means that first responders like you will have more accurate information in order to target 911 callers before you reach the scene. Now, the reason why we were able to get to this point was because of the voice of the International Association of Firefighters. You were engaged, you were involved, and you helped us make this happen. And the reason is that there were naysayers out there when we started this process. Some folks were saying that we should slow down or even stop until we could mandate a Z-axis metric that was far more precise than plus or minus 3 meters, a technology that simply does not exist today. But the IAFF from the very beginning was at the vanguard saying, no, we need to push forward and make a difference now. You submitted comments, you wrote to us, and most importantly, Mr. Shadeberger, the General President, was our star witness. When voting in a bipartisan way, we adopted this plus or minus 3 meter standard. And I want to quote what he said because I think it's really important. He said, 3 meters is achievable now, can be easily implemented, will significantly speed up response, and most importantly, will save lives. Now, you don't need me to tell you, but when Harold Shadeberger talks, people listen. And the FCC listened in particular, and we approved those regulations right after he spoke. And one of the things I want you to know is that our work still isn't done. We understand that technology is going to evolve, and with it, our vertical location accuracy metric is going to evolve as well. We want to put the tools in your hands as soon as possible to help you more accurately identify where people are calling 911 from. And that's something that will help people save lives over time. Now, another issue of which Mr. Shadeberger mentioned that you've been involved on is the so-called T-band. As you know, public safety licensees use the T-band to communicate in 11 major cities across this country. Back in 2012, Congress gave the FCC a mandate, reallocate the T-band and auction it off to the wireless companies. Well, the FCC has taken a look at this band under my leadership. We took an independent view and we made a determination that auctioning this band was not feasible. The cost to relocate public safety licensees across the country would cost more than the revenue we would get from auctioning this T-band to people who are interested in bidding on it. And so as a result, because of these concerns, this past December, I was the first to call on Congress to repeal the T-band mandate. And I'm happy to report, as I'm sure you know, that there are bills pending in Congress right now that would do that, including from Congressman Greg Waldman, a very forward-looking member of Congress who's been actively involved in these issues. I really hope that these bipartisan efforts will yield some fruit soon. But with that, having discussed the Z-axis metric and the T-band, I just want to finish up with where I started, saying thank you for your service. A few months back, I had the chance to visit the Fairfax County Fire and Rescue Department in Northern Virginia. I visited with Fire Chief John Butler, with IAFF Local 2068 President Ron Cooley, and with others who put in the work each and every day to help people in Fairfax County stay safe. And I'm going to tell you what I told them, not as a regulator, but as an American. It makes me proud, and I am grateful for the fact that there's so many of you across this country who suit up, rush in, and do whatever it takes to help people who are in the most desperate of situations. Thank you for the service that you render each and every day. I look forward to continuing to work with you, and just know that you've got a friend in the chairman of the FCC. Thank you for your attention, and I hope to see you in person next year.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure if you can hear me, but thank you so much. We appreciate your words so very, very much, but more importantly, your support and your friendship. And I look forward to seeing you soon. It's primary season, and that means the airways and social media are clogged with political opinions and dire predictions. So it's nice to meet a lawmaker who is more of a pragmatist, one focused on solving problems. We have found that taking a practical approach is a winning strategy, and she's found that very same approach. As a Minnesota lawmaker, the lawmaker you're about to meet, she's raised by a single mom who worked well into her 70s to provide for her daughter and propel her into the confident and productive adulthood that she arrived in. Learning grit and determination from her mother, she has used those skills to forge a productive career, first as a newspaper reporter, then in the business world, and today as a member of the United States Congress. She's not let anything stand in her way, not even a conservative talk show host who defeated her in 2016 for Minnesota's 2nd congressional district seat. She went back at him 2 years later, and she won. She is proud to stand with firefighters, and we are proud to have her on our side. The Minnesota professional firefighters endorsed her for Congress, and they have been impressed with her commitment to service every day since. She not only stands with us on our issues, she gets in there, asks questions, and demands answers. And when she was introduced to the challenging issue of post-traumatic stress in the fire service, she wanted to learn more. So she took a tour of our IAFF Center of Excellence for Behavioral Health and Recovery. Now she's a proud co-sponsor of the Helping Emergency Responders Overcome Act of 2019, providing resources for post-traumatic stress and grants to educate and gather data on the tragic number of suicides in the fire service. Let's welcome to the stage a strong partner in our drive to improve public safety and working conditions for our members, the Democrat representing Minnesota's 2nd Congressional District, the Honorable Angie Craig.
Wow, well, it is such an honor to be here today, and thank you for that amazing introduction, Harold. Big shout out to the Minnesota locals. Hello, where's Minnesota in the house? Over there, fantastic. It's such an honor to be here with so many brave men and women here this morning who work so selflessly on behalf of our communities. I'm a 48-year-old freshman, by the way. I want you to know a little bit more about who I am before I make my remarks. It is true, I grew up in a mobile home court. In fact, my family lived in 8 different mobile home courts growing up. My mom was a single mom. She raised 3 kids with the help of my grandmother, and my grandmother went back to work in a union shoe factory to help care for our family growing up. That's how I got to know how important it is to have the right to organize and collectively bargain in this country. And that's where I learned that is where you create a strong, strong middle class. Now, I recently had the opportunity to tour your Center of Excellence for Behavioral Health Treatment and Recovery in Maryland, and I have to say, I was so impressed by your commitment to one another's physical and mental health in that center. It's inspiring, and it's nothing short of heroic. But I also know that each of you see this country from the inside. You see it from the inside. You're on the front lines of mental health. You're on the front lines of the issues with addiction that we're having in this nation. And I know this job isn't getting any easier for you. In fact, just the opposite. I will always fight for the resources that you need to do your jobs well. That's why I have proudly co-sponsored the Helping Emergency Responders Overcome Act, the HERO Act, aimed to provide mental health resources to combat first responder mental health. Because while you are the ones that we all rely on when emergencies arise, I want to make sure that the federal government is there if an emergency arises in your life. That's why I've advocated for safer grants to make sure that my communities have what they need to increase what you need on the front line. It's also why I'm so impressed with your Excellence Center, because in your organization, when you say to one another, it's okay to ask for help, those are more than words. You have a physical place to be welcomed and supported. Now, I've had the great pleasure to meet many of you, but this is my first time for many others. So let me tell you a little more about what I'm working on. Because as you respond to our communities, the real question is, how do we start to stem what's happening in our communities? How do we address the mental illness that is plaguing our community? How do we address the addiction issues that is turning you into the folks on the front line of these issues? How do we have enough hospital beds in our country? How do we make sure that everyone has access to the prevention and the treatment that they deserve and the health care that they deserve? These are just a few of the things that I'm working on. Now, you might not be able to tell it from my accent, but I represent Minnesota's 2nd Congressional District. It's just south of St. Paul, and I always tell everybody we all talk like this down here. But the truth is, I was raised in a rural community in Arkansas. I lived in Tennessee for about 10 years, and I made my way up the river to Minnesota. I also believe in common sense. See, I represent the kind of district that is 50% independent, 25% Democrat, 25% Republican. If you represent a district like that, you don't have a choice but to just use your damn common sense when you come to work every day. You know, I've made a deal with my constituents. If it's right for us from the administration, I'll support it. If it's wrong for us, I'll stand up and I'll tell you why I don't support that policy. And oh, by the way, I'm going to do the same thing for Democrats. If it's good, I'll support it. If it's bad, I'll stand up to it. That's what I think we need more of in this country. And by the way, I've created a lot of great relationships as a member of Congress. One of the strongest relationships that I've been able to create is with Republican Congressman Pete Stauber of the 8th Congressional District in Minnesota. See, we both believe that funding special education in our public schools, the 40% funding that the federal government promised, is important. See, that would free up operating dollars at the school level to be able to hire more school counselors. That would free up the opportunity for lower class sizes so that teachers might have a fighting chance to be able to manage their classrooms. See, those are the kinds of partnerships that I'm looking for. I also think we need to reform our healthcare system, but I don't believe we need to throw anything out to do it. See, the ACA had some good things about it. 20 million more Americans have access to health insurance, and the ACA had some significant issues. In the southern part of my district, if you don't have employer-based health care, then it is going to cost you $24,240 for health insurance. Throw on top of it a $7,500 deductible. Well, that's not working. And I'll be honest, I'm sick and tired of politicians on both sides of the aisle saying we need to throw out the ACA, and I'm sick and tired of we just need to throw it all out and start over. No, what we need to do is we need to put our politics aside, get in the room, and work together to fix what's wrong with it. We've got to stop making this nation's health care out to be a political issue. It is a community issue, and each of you know that better than most. I want to say here at the end that when you run into a burning building, when you respond to a call of an emergency medical situation, the last thing that you're going to ask as you enter, is this a Democrat? Is it a Republican? What religion does this person worship? Who is this person married to? See, you're not going to ask any of those questions. You're just going to run in and you're going to serve the public good. Well, I'm here to tell you today that I think it's time that Washington figures out a way to work together, because we have a responsibility to serve the public good in this country. And you better bet, as long as I'm here, I will fight for the firefighters, I will fight for our unions, for the right to organize and collectively bargain, and try to solve the problems that you see on the front line every day in our communities. It is such an honor to represent Minnesota. It's an honor to represent you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Powerful. Well, we've heard from members of Congress, we've heard from members of the Senate, we've heard from members of federal agencies and the House of Representatives. But, you know, some political positions are so critically important to our members, and none more important than the mayors of our cities all across the country. Whatever you need. How many of us have heard that from an elected official? Last year, in the immediate aftermath of one of our nation's deadliest mass shootings, that's what the mayor of El Paso, Texas, said to the firefighters and other first responders in the thick of it. Whatever you need. But he meant it. Because this Republican lawmaker had already demonstrated to our El Paso brothers and sisters that public safety was his top priority. Our members of El Paso Local 51 didn't hesitate when calls came in on August 3, 2019, about a mass shooting at a Walmart. They reacted swiftly to an evolving and tragic situation, one that left 22 dead and 24 more injured. They overcame the challenges placed before them, and they saved lives. With incredible professionalism, agility, and skill, they transported those wounded citizens to hospitals for life-saving treatment. And they knew their mayor, the man you're about to meet, had their back. Before being elected mayor in 2017, he served as a member of the Texas State House of Representatives, where he led the fight to protect firefighters' retirement security. When he ran for mayor, he asked for the support of Local 51 and gave his word that he would never take any action that would harm their pensions or other benefits. And as their mayor, he went beyond those words and stood with our members in support of a successful citywide referendum for a public safety bond, $200 million for cops, $200 million for fire, allowing the fire department to begin much-needed capital improvements. And in the wake of that tragic shooting, the mayor knew that his firefighters, the same brave men and women who stood tall and did their jobs that day, were hurting and in need of emotional support. After witnessing the work of the IAFF peer support team, the mayor and the fire chief quickly approved money for on-the-ground peer support training. Whatever you need, those words, especially when backed up with action, have a deep meaning to us as IAFF members. We not only appreciate that support, we return it in kind. Brothers and sisters, please join me in welcoming a true ally in public safety, the mayor of the great city of El Paso, Dee Margot.
Thank you. That was a most gracious introduction. I certainly appreciate it. It's an honor to be here at the International Association of Firefighters Annual Legislative Conference. You know, as I stand here and listen to the remarks of your General President, I'm reminded of a comment President Harry S. Truman made one day to his staff when he was having a particularly hard day, and the staff said, "Well, how are you doing?" And he said, "Well, at least I'm not a mayor." I've been asked to speak to various audiences over the past year, primarily due to one of two topics: immigration and how El Paso became to be referred to as Ground Zero by the national media, or August 3rd and our mass shooting, as we just talked about. I'm going to touch briefly on how our firefighters responded to both crises. In 2019, we had 175,000 migrants released through El Paso. Our Office of Emergency Management, operating under the authority and responsibility of our El Paso Fire Department, assisted with the transportation of ill or injured migrants to medical care facilities and coordinated with our nonprofit organizations on their humanitarian needs. Our fire chief even arranged for a larger facility for our primary NGO during this time, the Annunciation House, to house, feed, and clothe immigrants, while the volunteers contacted the sponsors of the migrants to arrange transportation. In October of 2018, Customs and Border Protection notified me, our border sector chief notified me, that they were going to begin OR releases. In the nomenclature, that's own recognizance releases to our streets of families, because their facilities were overwhelmed in the processing. The problem with their facilities is they're antiquated and were designed for single Mexican males coming across. They were never designed for families. Our agreement with CBP was that they would give the city of El Paso a 24-hour notice so we could help process and do what was necessary with the NGOs. However, on December the 23rd of 2018, there was a glitch in the system, and they failed to notify us, and they released a number of migrants at our Greyhound bus station. The media got wind of it, and the following week I was doing interviews across the nation. Upon release, the typical processing time for a migrant was anywhere from that would remain in El Paso was 48 to 72 hours, unless there were health complications. Sponsors paid for the bus and air transportation to their destinations throughout the United States. I think that's a bit of a misimpression as we've been given as we deal with this immigration crisis that's frankly still with us, although dormant for the time being, is that the migrants that came across from Central America did not remain along the border or in El Paso. They're throughout the United States. The number of migrants entering our region has slowed dramatically since last July. The Remain in Mexico protocol has had its intended effect. However, there are, from our perspective in our location, there are concerns, humanitarian concerns, for how the migrants are being taken care of in Juarez, Mexico. Mexico does not have a very well-refined NGO process. On Friday, February the 28th, a week ago, this past Friday, the Ninth Circuit Court said that the Remain in Mexico protocols were illegal, but that particular court decision applied only to California and Arizona. However, when the word got out, the Cubans in Juarez stormed the bridge, and we had to shut down one of our bridges overnight. You know, I honestly don't know what's going to happen next. Our immigration system is broken, and neither the Senate, nor the House, nor Republicans, nor Democrats have had the intestinal fortitude to resolve this issue for over 30 years. I have my own mayoral solution that I'll be happy to share at another time. On August the 3rd, 2019, we had an evil, hate-filled white supremacist enter our region from 700 miles away, shoot 46 people, 22 of whom perished, and of the 22, 8 were Mexican nationals. And let me step back and describe our region, as I've learned as a mayor that we are still kind of what I term an unknown jewel. El Paso is the 6th largest city in the state of Texas, 20th largest city in the United States, and we are the largest city on the U.S.-Mexico border. Our history dates back over 350 years to 1659, when the mission was founded on the south side of the Rio Grande in what is now Juarez. We were known during that time frame as El Paso del Norte, and until 1848, when Fort Bliss was established, the majority of our population was on the south side of the Rio Grande. We were a region 100 years before the United States was ever even founded. Today, we're the nexus of 3 states, New Mexico, Chihuahua, Texas, and 2 countries, the United States and Mexico. We've had families on both sides, commerce on both sides, culture on both sides for over 300 years. Today, we are the largest binational, bicultural, bilingual region in the Western Hemisphere, with a population approaching 2.7 million people and a median age of 32. In El Paso, in our sector, we have 6 of the 28 bridges that cross from Texas to Mexico. In 2018, our port of entry handled northbound crossing traffic. We only monitor northbound, not southbound. Had northbound border crossing traffic of 811,000 trucks, more than 12 million cars, comprising approximately 22 million passengers, and more than 7 million pedestrians. On a daily basis, that amounts to approximately 22,000 pedestrians coming north legally, 35,000 private passenger vehicles, and 4,000 containers. We had about $82 billion in trade going through our port. In 2018, I don't have 19 numbers yet, but that puts us, we swap between Detroit, number 10 or number 11 every year. So you can understand, given those demographics, how a deranged person targeting Hispanics would come to our region. When the shooting occurred, I was actually in Austin, Texas. I was at a board meeting that ended at 11:30 a.m. that Saturday morning in Austin. That's 10:30 a.m. El Paso time. Right after that meeting ended, I started receiving E911 messages. There was much confusion. The first message I received talked about a shooting, but then it said there were no injuries. And then later on, I got another message that there may be 3 shooters. Confusion rampant. I'm watching television in Austin, and I see El Paso and the Walmart right there on the screen. And I have a flight that's not due to return me to El Paso till 6 p.m. that night. And I said something that I can't repeat publicly, but I said, I got to get back to El Paso. So I got a friend who had access to a plane, fly me back to El Paso. So we're making a mad rush to the airport, and I get a call from Governor Abbott, who's been informed and is on his way to El Paso and wanted to know if I wanted a ride. I said, Governor, I'm already halfway to the airport. I'll just meet you in El Paso. At 10:39 a.m., August the 3rd, the first 911 call came out from the Walmart. At 10:45, police arrived and entered the Walmart without hesitation. A 6-year veteran of the El Paso Police Department and his rookie partner, 1 day off probation. They did not know that the shooter had left, and to me, those 2 were true heroes. At 11:03, the shooter was apprehended by 2 motorcycle police and 2 Texas Rangers. We actually think he just got lost. At 2 p.m., the governor and I were briefed by police, FBI, our fire department, the Department of Public Safety, Customs and Border Protection, and all our agencies met at our 911 Fusion Center. Our Office of Emergency Management, under the authority of our fire department, set up a family reunification center at one of our El Paso Independent School District middle schools. They staffed the center with volunteers from the Red Cross, Medical Examiner's Office, the Consulate of Mexico, Department of Texas Health Services, our fire department, police department, our emergence health network for mental health support, the FBI, Fort Bliss, Salvation Army, and others. Our Office of Emergency Management did a masterful job of organizing and coordinating relief in one of the toughest situations I personally ever experienced. My El Paso Fire Department is comprised of some of the finest men and women I have ever had the pleasure of knowing. You know, this tragedy will not define El Paso. Yes, as some national media have reminded me, it will be part of our history, but we're going to relegate it to an asterisk footnote as a part of our history. As a part of our ongoing healing, our fire department has helped establish an El Paso United Community Assistance Center, providing similar services as resiliency centers across the country. You know, governments, city, state, and federal, have a tendency to become experts at what I call benign political neglect, or in some cases, it's willful political neglect. And that's the failure to take care of equipment and physical assets as needed. As mayor for not yet 3 years, I was appalled. So knowing how El Paso feels regarding our first responders, we had a public safety only general obligation bond voted on by the citizens of El Paso last November. It was for fire, police, and our first responders. It passed overwhelmingly. As you heard a while ago, about $200 million went to our fire department. And with that $200 million, we're going to provide a new headquarters, a public training facility to be co-located with the El Paso Police Department, special teams station, 3 new stations, renovations, and some vehicle replacements. And the needs were determined by the department itself. El Paso has unique challenges and opportunities, being the largest U.S. city on the Mexican border. We are ranked as one of the safest cities in the United States with a population greater than 500,000, according to the Uniform Crime Statistics as reported to the FBI. Although we had 22 murders on August 3rd of last year, in 2018, we only had a total of 18 murders. You know, one of my challenges is that we are uniquely impacted by decisions both in Washington and in Mexico City. Public safety services take up 60% of our city's budget, and I consider it our #1 priority. In 2019, my budget for the city of El Paso for our fiscal year is about $121 million for the fire department. And that's about a $12 million increase from our collective bargaining alone. El Paso firefighters have enjoyed collective bargaining agreements in El Paso since 1976. The system has allowed the IAFF to work with the City of El Paso to address important matters such as pay and working conditions by ensuring these topics are covered and important safety issues within the city are also addressed. We support collective bargaining at a national level because it will reinforce what firefighters in our city already have and ensure the benefits extend to well-deserving firefighters across the nation. I support the HERO Act in establishing grants to fund peer counseling for firefighters and emergency responders at the national level. I read the entire act. I'm not quite sure I understand why it hasn't been passed already. After the horrific events of August 3rd, the IAFF sent a peer support team of 30 firefighters to support our El Paso firefighters in dealing with the effects of PTSD and to stress the importance of looking out for one another. The Walmart scene was so horrific that there is one assumption that the reason the shooter left is that he became ill. This lesson brought to the El Paso Fire Department from the benevolent first responders across the country mirrors the narrative the city of El Paso has portrayed since our tragedy. The peer team discussed warning signs of PTSD and when and where to get help. Because this peer discussion was so beneficial, the IAFF graciously sent another team of 6 back to El Paso this past January for follow-up peer counseling. El Paso is also aiming to bring the IAFF's peer support 2-day certification class to train 30 of our own firefighters to be peer support certified. Even our El Paso Police Department has expressed interest in establishing an internal peer support team. The HERO Act will provide funding for mental health research and training for firefighters and first responders. In closing, I want you all to know that I hold firefighter first responders in the highest regard. El Paso is blessed to have the caliber and character of the men and women serving in our fire department. It is a special honor to be with you here today. God bless each of you and your families.
Very powerful, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. Very powerful. Very powerful, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your support for our department there and our members. Every day we learn more about the link between firefighting and the scourge of occupational cancer facing our profession. Now you're about to meet the man at the tip of the spear of our drive to understand those hidden killers. His dogged research over the years has focused on identifying firefighters' exposures to chemical agents, including carcinogens from PFAS, while also evaluating the effectiveness of the practices we use to reduce exposures. In his role as a research industrial hygienist at the CDC's National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health, this true ally of firefighters is leading the development and implementation of the National Firefighter Cancer Registry. This immensely important effort, which the IAFF fought to enact in the last Congress, will help researchers better understand why our members are at increased risk of certain types of cancer and how pervasive they are in the fire service. The research gathered from the registry will also be used to raise awareness about better ways to protect firefighters from known cancer risks, including advancements in the design and care of personal protective equipment and developing tactics our members can use to reduce their exposures to these hazardous substances. The Firefighter Cancer Registry, which is just getting underway, will be voluntary. And as you can imagine, its success will depend on the participation of our brothers and sisters and the ability to make them aware of its importance, member by member. Participating in the registry is not just about gathering data, it's using the findings to inform others about cancer prevention and keeping our members healthy and safe. Brothers and sisters, please welcome an ally on our long fight against occupational cancer, industrial hygienist for the CDC, Dr. Kenneth Fenn.
Thank you. My father was 64 when he was diagnosed with cancer. Like you, he was a vital member of his community. He was a teacher, a basketball coach, a house painter in the summers, and a veteran, having served during the Vietnam War. After a long, courageous battle, he died in 2016 at the age of 68. Far too soon. There isn't a day that goes by that I don't think about him. Cancer affects everyone. I doubt there is anyone in the audience today who hasn't been personally impacted by cancer. Whether it's your father, mother, aunt, uncle, or your brothers and sisters in the fire service, cancer is all too common and devastating. But at least in some cases, cancer may be preventable. Could my dad's workplace exposures have increased his cancer risk? Could measures have been taken to reduce his risk? Answering these questions for all workers is critically important and a primary mission of NIOSH. Research suggests that firefighters are disproportionately affected by cancer. Most firefighters understand the dangers of running into a burning building, but they may not appreciate the long-term risks from simply doing their jobs. This is an issue near and dear to my heart as a researcher, but also as a friend. Many of my friends are firefighters, and some of them are currently battling cancer. I know that this is also an issue of great importance for IAFF and General President Shapeberger. I believe that together we can lay the groundwork for addressing this continuing threat to the fire service. I've had the privilege of working with IAFF over the years on a variety of health and safety issues, and I presented at several IAFF conferences like this one. There's no question that IAFF cares deeply about its members' health and well-being, and is constantly seeking out more information, guidance, and research. IAFF should be commended on their commitment to better protect this important workforce. Thank you. As leaders in the fire service, I imagine many of you have heard of the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health, or NIOSH. We certify respirators, publish the NIOSH Pocket Guide, conduct firefighter fatality investigations, but we do a lot more than that. At our core, we are a research organization that's committed to improving workplace health and safety throughout the United States. Our director, Dr. John Howard, sends his warm wishes. He wanted to be here. He loves the fire service, but he unfortunately had other commitments. Dr. Howard has always been a fervent supporter of first responders going back decades. I too care deeply about first responders. I've devoted my career to better understanding firefighters' chemical exposures and health effects. I have worked closely with many of the leaders in this area, including the Illinois Fire Service Institute, University of Arizona, University of Miami, and Underwriters Laboratories. Everyone I've encountered who is studying firefighters has been incredibly collegial, cooperative, and selfless. Our goal as researchers should not be to make a name for ourselves, but rather make a difference in society. And that is certainly reflected in the fire service researchers I know. In fact, as we speak, NIOSH researchers are hard at work studying the protective properties of turnout gear, the effectiveness of laundering gear, exposures encountered during structure fires, wildfires, including the urban interface, arson investigations, training fires, and potential chronic health effects experienced by firefighters, including the brave men and women who responded to the World Trade Center attack in 2001. Thanks to the federal government's continued support, we continue to learn about the chronic health effects among World Trade Center exposed first responders and are administering the health care and compensation they deserve. We are also actively investigating firefighters' exposures to per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, or PFAS, from a variety of possible sources. Certain types of PFAS do not break down and remain in the environment where they could expose people. NIOSH has recently begun studies to measure PFAS on personal protective clothing and exposures among airport rescue firefighters and others who used AFFF foams containing PFAS. We are also working with university partners and others to assess PFAS toxicity. These analyses may help us better understand how PFAS can affect the expression of certain genes, including those related to cancer promotion or suppression. NIOSH also published the largest cancer cohort study of firefighters in 2014. That project is the seminal study that showed firefighters have an increased risk of certain types of cancer compared to the general population, and that firefighting exposures may increase that risk. The reality is there has been more research done in the last 10 years than in the last century. Let that sink in for a moment. We know more today about firefighters' exposures and health effects than ever before. We have learned that firefighters can absorb carcinogens during structure fires even when they wear all the appropriate PPE. We have learned that turnout gear can become contaminated with a variety of harmful chemicals, many of which can persist for years if not properly decontaminated. We have learned that fire instructors can accumulate toxicants from participating in repeated training fires, and that the type of fuel used for those fires also makes a difference. But we have also learned that gross decon can remove much of this contamination. We've learned that cleaning skin and showering after a fire response can reduce exposures. We've learned that keeping contaminated gear out of the apparatus can also lessen exposures. We've learned that contaminated hoods should be exchanged with clean hoods. We've learned that turnout gear should be laundered after fire responses. We've learned that instructors can reduce exposures for their students and themselves by implementing many of these controls. We also know that fire departments often need evidence to support implementing controls, especially those that cost money, which is why NIOSH works hard to make our results and recommendations publicly available. We want important research findings to be translated into action. That is why we also share our findings directly with IAFF and other fire service organizations. It is clear that firefighters are exposed to carcinogens, and it is also clear that a lot can be done to reduce those exposures. But there is still much work to be done. Most of our studies that have examined cancer in the fire service have focused on career firefighters in large metropolitan areas. But what about minorities who make up 20% of the fire service? What about females who make up 5% of the fire service? What about fire instructors who may participate in more training fires than emergency fires? What about wildland firefighters, where the wildfire season keeps getting longer and more severe? What about airport rescue firefighters, who may have unique exposures to AFFF? What about arson investigators, industrial firefighters, federal firefighters, volunteer firefighters, and so on? What does the cancer risk look like for these groups? Is the cancer risk getting better, or is it getting worse? Has the tremendous increase in synthetic materials in our homes, business, and automobiles led to increasing exposures and risk of cancer for firefighters? Are the controls being implemented in fire departments around the country reducing these cancer risks? These are critical questions to answer, and NIOSH is committed to working to getting those answers. Thanks to many of you in the audience, NIOSH is now making good on that commitment. Back in July of 2018, the President signed the Firefighter Cancer Registry Act of 2018, thanks in large part to the efforts of IAFF. NIOSH has been charged with leading this effort, which we are calling the National Firefighter Registry, or NFR. We are calling it the National Firefighter Registry because it will be open to all firefighters regardless of health status. You do not need to have cancer to register. The NFR is essentially an opportunity for you to say, I'm a firefighter, I care about cancer, and I want to help NIOSH understand the link between firefighting and the risk of cancer. The process to register will be simple. Firefighters will register themselves through a web portal and answer a few questions. But for the NFR to be successful, we need all firefighters to participate, all of them. We are still at least a year away from registering firefighters, but we need your help now. Visit our website, sign up for our newsletter, learn more about what we are doing, and tell your members that this is coming and why it is important. I sincerely hope that our mission and our record of research and service to firefighters around the country demonstrates our commitment to doing this right. The reason we are a year away from registering firefighters is because we are crossing all the T's and dotting all the I's. We are working closely with fire service stakeholders and subject matter experts to make sure the process is comprehensive, scientifically sound, and extremely secure. Taking care of these details now will help make this project as beneficial to firefighters as possible. In closing, I want to mention IARC. IARC is the International Agency for Research on Cancer. They are the world's governing body on carcinogens. Back in 2010, IARC did something unique and evaluated your occupation, firefighting. IARC classified firefighting as possibly carcinogenic, not probably or known, but possibly carcinogenic. And the reason for this classification is because of inconsistent and underpowered cancer studies. Just last year, IARC committed to reevaluating your occupation of firefighting. And the reason they want to reevaluate firefighting is because of all the new research that has been done over the last decade. This is a big deal, and it would not be happening if not for all the hard work from scientists all around the country and the success of IAFF in garnering support for this research. What NIOSH and others are doing does make a difference. We can't change what has happened in the past, but we can change what happens now and in the future. With the National Firefighter Registry, firefighters all over the country will have an opportunity to advance our understanding of cancer and ideally identify ways to prevent cancer. What an opportunity. What an opportunity for you today and for future generations of firefighters. What I wouldn't give to have had that opportunity with my father. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and for all you continue to do with us. Thank you. And Doctor, again, thank you so much for all you do. You've been working with us over the years on such critical issues dealing with the health and safety of our members. Thank you, sir. This IAFF cares about friends who are willing to stand with us and get things done, who help us move legislation forward to improve working conditions for our members on the front lines every day. During this presidential primary season, there's been a lot of discussion about experience and the ability to get things done. Because experience counts, but so does loyalty, and so does good relationships. Combine these attributes, and you have a lawmaker, a leader, who has played a critical role in improving the fire service throughout his entire career. On all the issues that matter, from collective bargaining and retirement security to delivering federal grants and fighting occupational cancer, this U.S. Senator has stood with firefighters and paramedics every step of the way. More than that, as Senate Democratic Whip, this powerful Illinois senator has worked time and again to enact our priority legislation into law, an important Senate leader. He didn't just stand beside us when we called for a fully funded cancer registry to help us track the occupational diseases and killing our members, as we've just heard. He delivered the votes to make it happen. As a loyal friend of labor, he has always fought for the right of workers and stood up for firefighters and proud to say and embrace the word union. He understands that firefighters deserve a solid and secure retirement after a career of public service. He knows that the fire service is stronger and most effective when all of our members have the right to collectively bargain over the issues that matter. We are so thankful that this powerhouse leader from Illinois is on our side. So please welcome a longtime friend, a great leader in this nation, the U.S. Senate Minority Whip, the Honorable Dick Durbin.
How you guys doing? Good to see you all. How are you? Great. Harold, what an introduction. Thank you very much. And thank you for your friendship and your leadership time and again, not just for firefighters, but for the right causes in Washington on Capitol Hill. We got a great group from Illinois here. I just said hello to Chuck Sullivan. I don't know if he's back in the hall, president of the Associated Firefighters of Illinois. I want to recognize Mark Sanders, the 8th District Vice President. And I want to send a word of greetings. I know my colleague Jane Shaheen will be following me shortly, but from the entire Democratic Senate caucus, starting with our leader Chuck Schumer, thank you for being here. There's one Illinois firefighter who isn't here today, and I want to tell you his story. His name's Leo Andrade. He's back home working. Leo is a firefighter in Burbank, Illinois, which is a suburb of Chicago, near Midway Airport. On August the 5th last year, Leo was sitting in the stands at Wrigley Field watching his beloved Cubs play the Oakland A's. It was the second inning, and miracle of miracles, the Cubs were actually ahead, 1-0. Life was good for Leo, and he was having a great time. And then he heard somebody yell out, "Somebody call a doctor, quick." A man near Leo had collapsed from a heart attack. Leo saw what was happening and made a split-second decision. He said, "Nobody has died in my hands, and this fella isn't going to be the first." The man's heart had actually stopped beating for 7 long minutes, but Leo never gave up, applying CPR until the paramedics came and took the man to the hospital. The doctors told Leo later that the survival rate for people with a massive heart attack outside of a hospital is less than 4%, which just goes to show you, never bet against a professional firefighter, no matter how long the odds. Today, the man has survived. He and Leo are friends. They spent Thanksgiving together. I'm pretty sure that Leo would have saved this man's life even if he'd been a White Sox fan. And in Chicago, that's saying a lot, because that's what firefighters do. When people are in danger, you don't ask questions about their baseball loyalty, their politics, their religion, nothing. You know your job and you do it, running into burning buildings and raging wildfires. When duty calls, you answer. The bridge collapses, you're there. When the opioid epidemic reaches out to grab one more victim, you're there. When those deadly tornadoes ripped through Nashville and Middle Tennessee last week, firefighters and EMTs were there. In Washington State, 25 of your brothers and sisters quarantined and isolated after they rushed into that nursing home to take elderly people who were sick with coronavirus to the hospital. When the worst happens, you put on your helmet and gear, you jump on the back of the truck or into the ambulance, and you go. And you say, "It's my job." Well, maybe so, but it is one hell of a job. It takes more courage and skill than people in my business, and it takes a toll on you, as we've heard over and over this morning. It demands sacrifice from you, and let me quickly add, from your family. It's not enough to say, "I respect firefighters." Words are easy, but where I grew up, you just don't say the words. You show that respect is actually a verb. It's something that you believe and you do. You can't say you respect firefighters and deny them the right to bargain collectively for their fair wages and safe working conditions. We're all safer, America's safer, when you have a voice and a union. That's why I'm proud to co-sponsor the Public Safety Employer-Employee Cooperation Act. And we've got to make your job safer, and there are a lot of ways to do it. Safer grants, of course. Firefighter grants, of course. We do all those, but we need to do more. Here's something that everyone can do to show respect for firefighters and first responders. Slow down and move over when you see the red lights on the road. 25% of firefighters' fatalities are roadway accidents, and you're not the only ones in danger. Roadway accidents are the leading cause of law enforcement officers' line of duty death. Every state has a move over law, but studies show 70% of drivers don't pay any attention. We need to fix that. I've introduced a bill called Protecting Roadside First Responders with Congresswoman Sherry Bustos to make education and compliance with move-over laws a national highway safety priority. We can't eliminate all the risks, but we can sure reduce needless risk. It takes courage to run into a fire, and it takes a special courage, an heroic level of courage, to keep coming back when you're so sick you can hardly breathe, and to come to Congress year after year, as firefighters have, asking that we keep our promise to the 9/11 responders. That's the kind of courage we saw from Detective Luis Alvarez of the NYPD Bomb Squad, God rest his soul, and other 9/11 first responders, including members of this union, who pressed Congress last year to do the right thing and didn't give up until we did. Thanks to them and to you, funding for the 9/11 Victims Compensation Fund is now guaranteed through 2092. The Senate vote to authorize the 9/11 victim compensation, 97-2. When C-SPAN flashed that total on the screen, the time on the screen was 3:43 p.m. 3:43, a haunting reminder of what we lost. Tommy Foley was one of 343 New York firefighters who died on 9/11. He was a firefighter in the Bronx. His brother Danny was a firefighter too. Danny was off duty that day, but when he heard the towers had been hit, he rushed to help. Incredibly, after 10 days of digging, it was Danny who found Tommy's body. He buried his brother, and then Danny went back to work. He kept searching and digging on that pile for 8 months until the job was done. And even though he was sick with cancer from his work at Ground Zero, Danny Foley was at the White House when the president signed the 9/11 compensation bill last summer. Last week, his family buried him next to his brother Tommy, 46 years old. Thanks to the leadership of the International Association of Firefighters and other 9/11 survivors, neither the Foley family nor any 9/11 survivor of survivor's family will ever be expected to beg for health care and the support that they've earned. We know it's not just heroes of 9/11 who face increased risk of cancer. We heard it from the doctors, we heard it from everyone, and we know it's true. And that's why, as Harold said, the cancer registry is an important starting point. We also have to have presumptive disability, Harold. We do it with Agent Orange. We say to those Viet vets, if you were exposed to Agent Orange, here are the following things and diseases that we found are likely to be haunting you the rest of your life. The same thing needs to be done in your profession. You're exposed to toxic fumes and chemicals that your fathers and grandfathers before you never could have dreamed of. In fact, many of them, we really don't know the impact they have on the human body. You're the test case, and we need to stand by you because you're risking your lives to make sure others survive. And one last one. It's not just their bodies that take a beating. Firefighting is tough mentally and emotionally. Your spirit can take a beating too. That's always been true, but you know, up until recently, we just didn't talk about these things. But returning veterans have really opened the conversation, and I'm glad they did, about the kind of stress and the kind of problems they face coming home. I have great respect for what you do, for all you're doing to reduce the stigma around mental health, and to make mental health care as basic as physical health care. Science and brain imaging are teaching us every single day of the impacts of trauma and constant stress on the human mind and the human body. We need to be open and honest about it. It's an illness, it's not a curse, and we can treat illness. You deserve that kind of care, and that's why I'm co-sponsoring the HERO Act. You've heard about it today. We need to work together to get it done. Let me close by just saying this. We come here today to tell stories of heroism, and I wanted to tell a few about people from my state of Illinois and other places like you who've risked your lives for people like me. We can tell these stories, but I'm sure many of you are saying, I knew that before I made my trip to Washington. That's why I decided to be a firefighter. That's why I work with these men and women alongside of them, realizing that at any minute we could be risking our lives for someone we've never met. So the most important thing we can say and do is to thank you. To thank you not just with words, but with legislation, with laws that'll help you do your job right, come home safe, and have a great retirement ahead of you with your family. That's our job. Thank you for doing your job. Great to be with you today.
Thanks for letting us. Thank you so much. Now, that's a Senate leader who just doesn't talk a good fight. He fights a good fight, and it's always for us. Thank you, sir. When it comes to securing strong public safety legislation, our success starts with sitting down with politicians and explaining the issues for as long as it takes until they understand. It's important to our work to have an elected official who not only appreciates and supports you, but is ready and willing to take the next step and help us pass the legislation that helps all of our members. Our New Hampshire brothers and sisters have known this about our guest for a long, long time, going back 25 years, when she was in the state Senate. They knew and worked with her closely when she served as the governor of New Hampshire. Now she is a strong advocate for our members as a U.S. Senator. My assistant Dave Lang worked with her for so many years and was able to not only build an incredible friendship, but to help someone understand better all that you do and all that we need. We all know her because she has always been right there with us on every issue that's essentially important to improving public safety, the work our members do every single day. She's always been committed and dedicated to the work of this IAFF, supporting safer grants, helping the Granite State secure millions in Homeland Security grants funds for rescue training. As a U.S. Senator and a lead appropriator, we know we can always count on her to support and fully fund SAFER and the Fire Act grant programs to keep fire stations open, keep our members riding those rigs, and keeping the equipment on their backs. She helped us defeat the Cadillac tax, protecting the health plans that we have fought so hard to create, and stood with us as we fought for and were successful in creating the firefighter cancer registry that we've been talking about so much today and heard so much on. This lawmaker has led the fight from the beginning, protecting our members from PFAS and partnering with us to sponsor a bill to direct the Department of Defense to begin blood tests on federal firefighters for their exposures, a bill we lobbied 1 year ago at our legislative conference, and it's now law. The IAFF and our members have always supported her because she has always supported us and you. And we know that she will be there with us for the next fight. For our New Hampshire delegation and most of us here, she really needs no introduction. But please welcome our friend, the great U.S. Senator from the state of New Hampshire, the Honorable Jeanne Shaheen.
Thank you so much, Harold, for that really generous introduction. And I know this is a nonpartisan group, but how about that, Joe Biden?
How about that, Joe Biden?
Come on. I'm a Democrat. You know I'm a Democrat, so I gotta take that position. I want to just take a few minutes, and I will try and be brief because I know you're almost at the end of the morning. You're looking at lunch. I always hate to stand in the way of you and lunch. But I wanted to have some sense of where folks are from while I'm here. So I wonder if you could, how many people are from New England? Hands? How about the Midwest? The South? All right, I'm glad to hear that somebody's noisy. How about the West? See, New England, that's how it's done. Come on. Well, thank you all very much for being here and for what you do every day. I'm so pleased to join you with some of the folks from New Hampshire who have been so critical to my involvement in politics. You know what Dave Lang does now. He's assistant to President Shapeberger. But before then, he was the president of the firefighters in New Hampshire. And I can tell you that I probably wouldn't have been elected governor without Dave and then President Mark Willett, who went to firehouses all over the state to help me get elected. Thank you, Dave. Thank you always. And then, of course, he and current President Bill McQuillan, who I think is here someplace, helped me when I ran for the Senate. And without your support, again, I wouldn't have gotten elected. So thank you so much, and thank you to all of the other folks who are up here, to District 3 Vice President Jay Colbert, because he also has been helpful, and for your continued support and counsel on the priorities that you all have as firefighters. You know, I thought Senator Durbin was very eloquent in talking about what a difference firefighters make in communities everywhere, and the story that he told about the firefighter at the Cubs game is a reflection of just what we see on the front lines everywhere. And I am so proud to be able to be in Congress to work with you on your priorities, because you don't get to pick and choose what you want to do. So in Congress, we shouldn't pick and choose what we think is important to you. We need to listen to you and do what you think is important for your futures, because the public is depending on you. You're there no matter what time of day, no matter what the call is. And in New Hampshire, our firefighters and first responders go above and beyond responding to pressing issues. And in New Hampshire, that has meant particularly the opioid epidemic over the last few years. Any folks from West Virginia and Ohio here? Well, you know what it's like, what it's been like responding to the opioid epidemic. New Hampshire has been among the hardest hit, and we finally dropped to 5th. But I've had a chance to see firsthand the trauma that you all have experienced and seen over the last few years. In 2017, I was at a demonstration with firefighters who were showing how Narcan is administered. As I was leaving, I was told that the firefighter who was administering the Narcan, doing the demonstration, had responded to a call of somebody who had overdosed. When he got to the scene, it was his son who had overdosed. No wonder that the rates of PTSD and depression and mental health issues have increased. You see what goes on in neighborhoods everywhere across this country. And what we need to do is to ensure that you have the resources, the equipment, and the support that you need to address the issues that you're dealing with every day. I have to say that I'm truly grateful for an effort in New Hampshire called Project First, where it's been IAFF that has applied for a grant from the SAMHSA, the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, to respond to the public health crisis, to get out information and Narcan to departments where they need it, to make sure that people are educated about what we need to do. That's the kind of commitment that we see every day from you as firefighters, going above and beyond what's being asked of you. So thank you. Thank you to the New Hampshire firefighters for that program, and to all of you for the work that you do. There are several things that Senator Durbin touched on that you've heard earlier that I've been working on in the Senate. One is the issue of PFAS. New Hampshire had one of the first sites that was confirmed to have PFAS, and so we were able to get in a registry that ensures that when firefighters in the military come in, that they are tested at the outset for PFAS. That's now a requirement. That firefighting foam is phased out by 2024, and that right now nobody is using fire suppression foam that has PFAS in it when they're practicing to fight fires in the military. It's only when they have the actual fires, and again, by 2024, it's going to be gone. And I continue to raise that issue as we have hearings in the Armed Services Committee. I also have been working, as we heard the doctor testify earlier, to try and address PFAS in firefighter equipment and gear. Something that we have just learned that it's not just exposure to the chemicals, but it's concern about what's in your firefighter gear and whether we're doing something to address that. We were able to get $2 million to begin a study in the National Institutes of Science and Technology to test that firefighter gear to see what's actually in it. We've got to follow up with funding for the next couple of years, but we will continue to do that to ensure that we know that you're getting equipment and gear that is safe when you need to use it and go out on a fire. We also need to address bargaining for public employees. I'm sure you looked at the Janus decision and the ability to charge agency fees. That has been a real blow to so many public employee unions. Well, I support the public employees legislation, service legislation. There are several other bills that have been introduced, and we've got to ensure that our public employees have the right to bargain, because as President Shapeberger said so eloquently, it's unions that have stood up for workers, that have made a difference in terms of what you all need for your pensions, what you all need for the safety on the job, what you need in terms of resources, and we've got to ensure that you continue to have the right to organize, the right to bargain, and public employees, particularly public employees who put their lives on the line every day, should not be prevented from organizing. So I know that we're working on a number of these issues. They don't go away just because we pass a bill. We've got to continue to implement that. We've got to continue to make the changes that are required as we see how legislation is enforced. That's what I intend to continue to do. I hope to continue to work with all of you. I am very proud to have the endorsement of the firefighters in New Hampshire for my upcoming election, and I will do everything I can to support your needs in Washington and to continue to ensure that we work together to make progress for all of you and for our communities. Thank you all so much.
You know we have your back. We will. We will. Senator, again, thank you, and we're with you every step of the way. Too often used political terms are like liberal, conservative. They don't always apply to issues of public safety and helping firefighters do their job. Despite party affiliations, some lawmakers understand and act on the fact that our members deserve respect and should have the resources they need to get the job done. After a successful career in the investment world, our next speaker was previously elected to the U.S. House of Representatives, serving Pennsylvania's 15th District. In 2010, he defeated political powerhouse Senator Arlen Specter, joining the United States Senate. Yes, this staunch conservative has worked to make Pennsylvania a safer place to live, work, and raise a family. And time again, he has stood with the men and women who protects and serves our communities, firefighters, police officers, and other emergency responders, making sure our members have the tools they need to do their job. Pennsylvania's junior senator has co-sponsored our legislation, such as the permanent authorization of 9/11 Victims Compensation Fund Act, the Don't Tax Our Fallen Public Safety Heroes Act, the Children of Fallen Heroes Scholarship Fund, and the Federal Public Safety Retirement Fairness Act. And working behind the scenes in Philadelphia helped our paramedics there get the full pay while recovering from injury under Pennsylvania's Heart and Lung Act. Brothers and sisters, help me welcome our friend, a great member of the United States Senate from Pennsylvania, the Honorable Pat Toomey.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, General President Shateberger. Thank you for that kind introduction. Thanks for having me. Secretary Treasurer Ed Kelly, thank you. Great to see you. The IAFF staff, thank you for your work in organizing this event and inviting me to be with you. And thanks to all of you, especially my friends from Pennsylvania, for all the work you do to keep us safe. You know, I grew up in a union household. My dad worked for the electric company that served southern New England, which is where I was born and raised. And his job was to climb down the manhole into that little space and pull an electric cable through a conduit and splice it to another cable and bring electric power to new developments or repair something that was broken. And, you know, I learned from him the dignity of all work, especially hard physical work. You know, the winters get real cold in New England, summers get real hot, and he was outside every day. And, you know, that was a good lesson for me to learn. When I think of firefighters, I think of the very intense physical work that you are called on to do on a regular basis. But what's different is, in addition to intense physical work, you have very, very serious safety risks. It's a very dangerous job, and you all know that because you live it every day. We, those of us who are fortunate enough to be protected by your services, can lose sight of that sometimes, but we get reminded occasionally. This morning was one such moment of reminder. Sadly, we in Pennsylvania lost one of our own, a volunteer firefighter in his case, who was responding in Cumberland County to a fire, and Jerome Geis died this morning in the line of duty. I'd just like to ask that we have a brief moment of silence to recognize his passing. Thank you. I'm now in my 10th year in the United States. It's hard for me to believe that, hard to believe those words are coming out of my mouth. 10 years seems like a long time. It probably seems even longer for Chuck McQuilkin. Chuck and I have become friends. I'm grateful for his input. He is, of course, the Vice President of Local 22, which is the Philadelphia chapter. And for those of you who don't know, by the way, Chuck was telling me he just finished up a stint at Harvard. Congratulations, Chuck. That's a big accomplishment. But when you think back on that, remember the advice that Robert Frost gave to John F. Kennedy when he became president. He said to JFK, and I quote, "Just remember to be more Irish than Harvard." So I give you that bit of advice. Also, right? I also appreciate my ability to work and develop a relationship with Local 22 President Michael Bresnan. We got together just a few months back to kind of go over, as we periodically do, the issues that are important to him and to you guys. I appreciate those opportunities to kind of catch up on things. The last time we met was in the midst of the effort to extend the September 11th Victim Compensation Fund. You folks know very well that a few years earlier, Congress, and I was happy to support Congress extending the fund and providing additional money for it, but unfortunately, as it turned out, it was not enough money. It was not enough to cover all the claims. I remember at that meeting discussing with Walt Faber, and Walt, I've gotten to know Walt over the years as well. I think he's here today. He brought this legislation up and kind of lent a personal touch. Walt was one of many firefighters who responded to the call on September 11th, knowing that they were going to a very dangerous environment, knowing that they wouldn't know for sure how dangerous it would be and what would come of that. As it happened, Walt, like many of the men and women who responded to that tragedy, developed health issues in the years that followed, and Walt shared with me the importance to him personally and his family and his brothers, firefighters throughout the region, especially who responded to that call. So I supported making the program permanent, providing the funding before I heard from Walt, but it was that human touch that Walt was able to convey, and it underscored how important that was. I am very pleased that we were able to finally fix that and support the permanent extension, provide the certainty to the men and women who were first responders on that day at that time. It's a fitting tribute to all who risked so much, including those who gave their lives fighting for all of us at that time. Beyond the September 11th Victims Compensation Fund, we've made progress in a number of areas, but there's more work that needs to be done. What I tend to try to concentrate on are security issues. Security at work, but also security at home for families, and that, in my mind, very much includes financial security. As regarding security at work, we've had a great track record in my office of being able to support the grant applications for fire departments across the Commonwealth. And since I've been in the Senate, that's yielded over $35 million in federal grants to Pennsylvania fire departments. And these applications generally have, I think, enhanced the security and the safety of the firefighters. It's self-contained breathing apparatuses, it's radio systems, it's sometimes even new engines and ambulances. I'm going to continue to support the Safer and Assistance to Firefighters grant programs. And to the Pennsylvania firefighters in the room, by the way, please don't ever hesitate to reach out to my office if you are questioning whether or not you ought to apply or looking for help in making that application. We will be there to help you do that. As I mentioned, though, I think security also extends to security for your families and especially financial security. The fact is, every time you respond to a call, you're putting your life on the line. Congress has an obligation, I think, to recognize that bravery, that sacrifice, and codify policies that are helpful. We've had a few victories in this area. One of the more recent victories is the Firefighter Cancer Registry Act. This was signed into law just last year, well, 2018 actually, and I was proud to support this. As you all know very well, the Center for Disease Control has confirmed the objective data is clear. Firefighters have a higher risk of developing cancer and a higher risk of dying of cancer than the general U.S. population does. And so it just made sense that we would require a voluntary registry that the CDC would operate to make sure we're collecting data on the incidence of cancer that's occurring among firefighters. This is how we will learn exactly what's happening, where it's happening, to whom, how severe, and can figure out what the best response is. So I'm happy to report that enrollment of firefighters in this registry is expected to begin this year. That's progress. But also, when a firefighter does fall in the line of duty, I think we need to be there to help. Senator Casey is my colleague, my counterpart from Pennsylvania, and he and I have fought for years to get the Children of Fallen Heroes Scholarship Act enacted into law. And what this does is it provides that children of firefighters who are killed in the line of duty, if they qualify for Pell Grants to help them pay for college for those kids, they will automatically get the maximum permissible Pell Grant. That bill was signed into law in 2018 after a several-year-long fight. But there's another financial security issue that I feel very strongly about, and that is fixing what is unfair about Social Security for our firefighters and our police officers. Under the current rules, and you guys know this very, very well, you and your families are not treated fairly. That's the reality of today's Social Security. Firefighters, it's not unusual for firefighters to take on a private sector job after they've retired from firefighting. And when you do that, of course, you're paying into Social Security taxes, but because of the windfall elimination provision and the government pension offset, you and your families don't get the same benefit for the dollars that you contribute to that fund that someone who contributes the exact same number of dollars but hadn't previously been a firefighter or a police officer gets. That's not fair. That's not right. And that's why I've introduced the Social Security Fairness for Firefighters and Police Officers Act. This exempts you and police officers from these really unfair rules, this unfair structure. It solves the problem for firefighters, especially because these rules do have a disproportionate impact on you and your families. And we need to change this as a matter of fairness and equity. I'm not going to make any false promises. This is not going to be easy. It's not going to happen this week or next week. But somebody needs to plant this flag and be willing to fight for this. I have done that. I will continue to do that. I'll wrap this up. I think I may be the last speaker standing before you in lunch, and that's never a good place to be. But I just want to say how much I appreciate the working relationship that I've been able to develop over the years, especially with the Philly guys, but with Pennsylvania guys generally, and the IAFF. I appreciate what I've learned. I appreciate the chance to work with you. I appreciate the constructive things we've been able to do together. There's a lot more that we can do together, and I look forward to working with all of you to get that done. Thank you very much for having me here today.
I want to thank everybody. As you saw this morning, the General President put together a tremendous, tremendous program which laid out leaders that support our issues and I think delivered some pretty key advice at certain times. I want to turn the podium now over to close this out to our Director, Shannon Meisner, who is going to go through some key points for this afternoon, and for tomorrow morning, the General President's got a very big briefing for you.
Thank you, and then we'll all go get lunch. So this afternoon, we will be holding a briefing on legislative issues here in this room from 3 to 5 p.m. Please join us to learn more about the key issues that you'll be lobbying on tomorrow on Capitol Hill. We'll also have IAFF staff available to provide additional materials and answer any questions that you may have on these key issues or any other legislative or political matters that you may have. Tomorrow at 8 a.m., the General President has put together a great program, a special briefing on the COVID-19 situation. We're going to have health experts and IAFF staff available in order to present you the latest information on the virus, what the IAFF is doing, and resources that you can take home to your members to help ensure that they are protected while able to continue to protect the public safety as well. And that'll be served at the same time as breakfast. We have a full hot breakfast for you tomorrow morning. So again, that's at 8 o'clock here in the ballroom, 1 hour briefing, after which you'll enjoy lobbying on the Hill. IAFF staff will be available here at the Hyatt in the Regency foyer for the entire day to, again, answer any questions you may have, get your feedback, and provide additional materials. And then closing out the day tomorrow night at 6 p.m., we have our very popular congressional reception here, again, in the ballroom. We always have a great turnout of senators and representatives for this, so we hope you can join us. And with that, I'll turn it over to the General President to close.
I'm just going to close by, appreciating everybody. Boy, the crowd really held. I know it's a long morning, goes into 1 o'clock, but you were attentive. You hung in there. I think we learned a lot. We had I think, a great program. We got a lot to do. So we will right now stand in recess until tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock.